turn it on. Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, good day. Wherever you are, whenever you are, I hope you're having a fabulous time. Oh boy, do I. Why does the chat look so weird? What's that about? Hi, Candace! Why is your chat floating in midair? And Scorpion's not on there? What's happening? My OBS is tweaking out. Either way, how's it going? Good afternoon. Here in Los Angeles, it is bright out. We're just short of 12 hours out of another fire that started but was stopped, so that's lovely. Good news on that end. It's literally not funny. It's traumatized laughing. This week has been a whirlwind of new information coming our way, some that's been around for a while, some that we didn't want to believe. Maybe I'm projecting, but also some of it has been coming for a long time. So I think it's very important for us in these times to really get to the language that people use, and since they want to be so fucking serious about it, so are we. We're gonna do a little research today. We're gonna do a little study sesh about gender and sex, and we're gonna watch videos about the origins for basics. And I know, like, probably we know a lot of this stuff already, maybe some stuff we don't know. I learned new stuff with the stuff that we're gonna watch, but I haven't watched all of it completely, so I have room to learn more, you know? But I do think it's important that in these times we're gonna stay educated, and we're gonna probably go over some of Trump's executive orders just to see what's already been enacted under his name, because I have a feeling that we're not gonna like it. But I want to talk about it while I still can. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So if you were looking forward to Marble Snap, I am very sorry. We will not be playing today. Kitty. Okay. Alright, my lovelies. Let's get to the business. Well, actually first, how was your day? How's it going with you? Are you okay? Are you good? I hope so. You were first, also, Scorpion. Hello, governor. How you doing? My little Kiwi. Wait, is that offensive? Should I not call you that? I like that term, but obviously I'm not the one that is getting called it, so I don't know. Not me constantly staring at the LA Fire Department live map. Dude. Oh, Candace, I love you. Good looking out. We're okay right now. But you know, if anything happens, we'll keep you updated. I'm good. Who's this old lady? Oh, my glasses, huh? Is that what's going on? Old lady with the Mary Jane earrings, baby. That's how I want to be when I'm old. We call ourselves Kiwis. That's fine. Okay, cool. I never know anymore. Like, I just wanted to make sure. I'm good, though. I have been deep diving into some vids this morning, and also just into some gender specific content, and reading some articles, and you know, it helps me feel better somehow reading educated journals, because when we're spouted BS all day by like the people who are supposed to be in charge of us, it's very difficult sometimes to lose ourselves and what's real and what's not real, and what's science and what's not science. And also, like, the ideas of like how things become science, you know, like they're theories first, right? And theories still exist, and we don't want to get those confused with science either. And speaking of real versus fake, we don't want to get rhetoric with reality confused. Shout out to Jasmine Crockett, we love her. So I think it's important that we stay based in reality while we go through this research. And while I'm not saying that I'm not going to have opinions, because of course I have opinions, I am human, I am saying that I'm going to try to keep not an objective, but a diplomatic outlook on the written words of like the White House, for example. However, I'm also going to like tune into the fact that we know who is now in the White House, so everything must be taken with a grain of salt in some senses. With that being said, science doesn't have to really be, because it was proven, and that's what science is. So snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Whoop. I definitely wanted to sleep more, but couldn't for extra overtime pay tonight. Oh my gosh. When we have to live for money, bro. When we have to, dude. Good luck tonight at your job, though, Squirt. I hope we can at least... You can keep an ear pod in for us. An ear pod? What? An AirPod in. And hang out with us still, but... Good luck with that. But yes, there's lots to discuss with this topic, because I really do feel like it's been normalized to believe anything that the president says, and Joe Biden was lying too. Like, Kamala was lying. They're all liars. They're politicians. That's what they do. They lie to manipulate and persuade the masses to be in favor of them. However, the difference is now, there's no secrets about what their goals are. There's no secrets about what they're planning to do. This conglomerate of conglomerates, literally, this group of billionaires that want all the money, all the control, all the power. Watch your profanity. I love this meme plus. Oh yeah, the watch your profanity. Hi cutie. Hi Alex. How's it going? I believe nothing any politician says, and that's not a bad thing to go by. You know, when politicians on both sides are looking at what situation we have right now and going, whoa, what's that about? That's crazy, bro. Like, what are you doing that for? Sorry, I'm like flying y'all around. I just realized it was so far up. But yeah, when other politicians are like, wait, guys, that's actually crazy. Stop. Hey, no, like, we knew they were out there. They've been doing the same work, okay? It's okay, Pookie. Look, can you see her? She's epically concerned right now for our safety, as she should be. What did you think of the video I sent you? The one on Twitter? I haven't watched it yet. And the earrings, thank you. Not the New Zealand, or including New Zealand ones. Oh, the politicians in New Zealand. Well, yeah. They too have been colonized. They too have been suckling at the teat of capitalism for decades. Yeah, there she is. All right. That's not what I wanted. Oh, hey girl. Got a big screen there. So first we're gonna watch this video that I found. Not that. This one, which looked really lovely and cute. Wow, that's a huge
of these traits that aren't easily quantified.
Spoilers! Why is it so large? Okay, there we go. Yes, much better. Much better now. Wait, can I go full screen but not like the full screen? Oh, that's just gonna happen. Okay, that's fine. We can just make that work. Lol. Hey girl. You're full screen. Do your thing.
Quantifiable and don't align neatly with male or female designations. Although in some of
start it from the top. Start it from the top. Start it from the top.
Are male and female the only two genders? And
Oof,
when do we start associating
really
gender
loud.
with certain roles in society? When I hear the word binary, my mind immediately jumps to gender and 80s movies about computers. And that's because outside of meaning something that has two sides or two parts, binary is often linked to the concept that there are two genders in the world and every person person falls squarely into one of these two categories. And since lots of you Origin of Everything fans write in with questions and comments about things related to gender and gender norms, I wanted to spend this week getting down into an abbreviated history of how we got to the idea of binary gender, what the heck some of the differences between gender and sex are, how those two categories became linked, and why we started associating different tasks in society along the gender divide, with certain behaviors being ascribed to masculinity and others to femininity. Okay, so we have a lot to cover and very little time, but the natural place to start here seems to be, what is gender, and how does it differ from sex? So to start things off in something of an order from concrete to abstract, human sex is usually linked to biological and physical traits of the body. These can include reproductive organs, hormones, chromosomes, with the old wisdom being that XX chromosomes signal females, while XY chromosomes are indicative of males, outward appearance of the genitalia, and secondary sex characteristics, which kick in around puberty for humans. These traits include things like growing breasts, getting hairy, or producing all that lovely oil and grease that makes our bits stink and our T-zones shine bright like a diamond. Although these are the ways that sex is determined or identified, it also involves a fair bit of fluidity. For example, there are people who are intersex, meaning that they share a variety of these traits across the sexual divide. People can have XX chromosomes associated with women, but present in most other ways as male, and vice versa. It's also possible to have a mixture of these traits that aren't easily quantifiable and don't align neatly with male or female designations. Although in some of these cases, there are parents and healthcare providers who choose and assign sex for a child born with a mixture of traits at birth. But while sex is mostly considered biological, gender is its more loosely defined cousin. Gender relates to the performance of roles, identities, and ideas surrounding masculine, feminine, or neutral traits. And more often than not, we link gender to both outward behaviors and internal ideas about ourselves. A good example of performing gender in society would be a statement like, all girls' favorite color is pink. The first assumption is that girl lines up with female sex.
Wait,
and
before we watch this,
choice-
I just realized I think I want to read the executive orders first, because then we can talk more about like what each of them is going to do. And that way for people that aren't watching this live too, it's a little bit more, not straightforward, but it makes more sense, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Hate all of this. Okay, we're almost there. I know, and like the executive orders, I wish there was like a video that would lay it all out for us really easily, but that doesn't look good either. What the fudge crackers? You know what? I don't even care anymore. I do care though, is the thing, obviously. I want y'all to be able to see everything. Okay, this is fine for now. Yeah, frick it. Okay, by the authority vested of you. The previous administration has embedded deeply unpopular inflationary? I don't even know what that means. Illegal and radical practices within every agency of the office and federal government. So, their first example is the inclusion of DEI. Weird. Into our institutions. The injection of DEI into our institutions has corrupted them by replacing hard work, merit, and equality with a divisive and dangerous preferential hierarchy. Orders to open the borders have endangered the American people and dissolved federal, state, and local resources that should be used to benefit the American people. And then they talk about climate. Okay, this is just the opening to like all the executive orders that are coming in, right? So while trash talking the past executive order or executive house that we had, oh my god, I can't think right now. Hold on, sorry. Instead of talking about like all the things that they implemented into our government, specifically that were actually harmful to the American people, they decided to target DEI right off the bat, which is not a great sign because that's targeting marginalized communities, and basically framing it as if they were somehow disallowing companies to hire based off of meritocracy, which they weren't doing anyways a lot of the time. Like, that's why the word nepotism exists, because people are aware that it is heavily implemented in business, especially when you think about, oh my god, I was reading this book, I'm still reading this book, How to Not Be Stupid About Race, and it's actually really insightful because you can obviously have empathy as someone who is not a person of color, but that doesn't mean that you'll ever understand the experiences. Therefore, like, there are so many little things that people of color experience that I would never imagine, right? And one of those things is just like having connections in the industry, just because of the systematic racism that has existed thus far. Sometimes people don't have the same connections that people of color have. Or sorry, vice versa. Sometimes people of color don't have the same connections that white people have because of the way that our society was built in favor of white people. What are executive orders? So basically, whenever a new president comes into office, they're allowed to send out immediate orders that are law, that are immediately law. And they're like, they're basically setting the stage for their presidency for the next 4 years. And I would say that his have been pretty extreme comparatively to politicians of the past. Why do I feel like my microphone's not loud right now? Yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe I needed it in front. Hello? Check, check, check. There we go. All right. To commence the policies. Let me see. To commence the policies that will make our nation united, fair, and safe, and prosperous again. It is the policy of the United States to restore common sense to the federal government and unleash the potential of the American citizen. Unleash is a crazy word. The revocations within this order will be the first of many steps the United States federal government will take to repair our institutions and our economy. So they're really thinking like this is gonna shake everything up. Like, they're coming in hot and saying that they're undoing a whole bunch of stuff that Joe Biden's office did. And I have not read this all the way through, but I have read a couple of, I've read a bit of it. So I might need to dive deeper on what some of these mean, but I think it's important that we know what he's coming into office with right off the bat, because again, it really sets the tone for the presidency that they're trying to pull off, if you will. And yeah, let's go. So the following executive actions are hereby revoked. January 20th, 2021. Advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. So, meaning that's no longer a thing? Wait, ensuring a lawful, accurate enumeration and appointment pursuant to the decennial census. Wait, is this saying that they're revoking DEI, like they're disallowing people to do it, or they're making sure that underserved communities are getting served? Because they're saying revoked, so that means they're taking it away. But ensuring lawful and accurate enumeration and apportionment pursuant to the decennial census. What the does that even mean? That whole sentence, what? Bro, I'm a regular person. What does this mean? Organizing and mobilizing the United States government to provide a unified and effective response to combat COVID-19. Okay, so this is what you want to do. So I just realized that means these are probably being worded how they want them to be worded versus what they're actually doing. What is this? Our diversity is one of our country's greatest strengths, but for too many, the American dream remains out of reach. Entrenched disparities in our laws and public policies and in our public and private institutions have often denied that equal opportunity to individuals and communities. Our country faces converging economic health crisis. It is therefore the policy of my administration that the federal government should pursue a comprehensive approach to advancing equality for all, including people of color and others who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality. Affirmatively advancing equity, civil rights, racial justice, and equal opportunity is the responsibility of our whole government. Because advancing equity requires a systematic approach to embedding fairness in decision-making process, executive departments and agencies must recognize and work to address the inequities of their policies and programs that serve as barriers to equal opportunity. Okay. This is all like great, sounds good in theory, but where is the actual law? Like, how do I find executive order details? Revokes this. Combating saving by authority vested in me and president by the Constitution. Wait. September 2020? What are you talking about? Wait, so they're revoking him, like taking him away? So this, I mean, that's what revoked means, I understand, but like, why is this? Oh, I understand why, because he doesn't want the federal government to have these powers. I understand. I mean, I don't understand. He's a crazy person, but is that what they're saying? Organizing and mobilizing the state's government to provide a unified and effective response to combat COVID-19. So he wants that for the states again. And then preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. They're revoking that. It's revoked. What the fudge? Ethics commitments by executive branch personnel. Just ethics commitments. Which ones? I wonder. That's actually so vague and I need to know more. Wait, is there like a little Sparks notes? Was signed the 5th executive order, guaranteed that the branch makes ethical commitments. Bro, that's literally not helpful. Oh, just ethics in general, like following the law. Within ethics? Within an ethical matter? Which I feel like they didn't do, by the way. I feel like the Biden administration did not do that. I will not accept. Yeah, it's not really fun, microwaves pork. But it's like, it's our real life. And I am a little nervous. So I think like reading this stuff will make me feel better. And I feel like other people will feel like that too. So far, this is not making me feel better. It's making me feel more like better about my beliefs and my stance on Trump, because I know my beliefs and that human rights are above all for me. They're the most important thing to me. And a lot of this language for the executive orders being revoked is inclusionary language. Like for race and for gender identity. Revocation of certain executive orders concerning federal regulation. Yeah, that's so vague, but protecting health and the environment and restoring science to tackle the climate crisis. Just revoking that. And like, I'm wondering what he's going to replace these with. It's crazy to just go into office and take everything that they did like right off the bat and not, did he put new things in place? Like, I'm sure he did actually. I do know one of them, the Protect Women one or whatever, which we're going to read in a minute because that one's terrifying. Revision of civil immigration enforcement policies and priorities. Ensuring an equitable pandemic response and recovery. Don't need that. Revoke that. We already had one of those. We're not going to have another one, right? And the nerve to call it ethics commitments. Right. Right. Also, hi, silent. Ensuring an equitable pandemic. Oh, yeah, we already said that one. Establishing the COVID-19 pandemic testing board and ensuring a sustainable public health workforce for COVID-19 and other biological threats. Maybe like Elon and Vivek can do it together. They'll just go into the lab and start seeing, you know, what kind of responses the viruses have to whatever chemicals they feel like putting on them, because, you know, they are billionaires. So they are so capable of doing chemistry. That's what that means. Protecting worker health and safety, don't need that. It's not like the country's full of workers. No. Improving, revoking any improv. I mean, damn, bro. Honestly, though. Improving and expanding access to care and treatments for COVID-19. Economic relief related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Supporting and reopening the continuing operation of schools and early childhood education providers. You just don't want to support that? Like, what part of it? There's got to be, like, little things in each of these orders that are so specific that they, like, whatever bigotry or, like, whatever they're thinking about these orders that they had to revoke, it's so minuscule, but, like, taking out the whole, maybe it isn't minuscule, maybe they just don't like the whole idea of being prepared for a pandemic. Like, maybe they just don't like that. Maybe they just like, yeah, let it wipe us out. Honestly, if I had to guess, these fucking billionaires would want it to wipe us all out, because then they could have everything to themselves. However, how do you expect to make any money if everybody who is working in your factories and on the ground for you in sales is actually dead? How does that work? That's crazy, because you don't give them proper health care probably. So, like, I don't understand. Why is protecting women terrifying? I'm confused. That's what it's called, but what I actually read about it did not feel very protective. We'll read it in a second, though. Enabling all qualified Americans to serve their country in uniform. We're revoking that. Oh, okay. But y'all want to draft still? No, for sure. That's crazy. Reforming our incarceration system to eliminate the use of privately operated criminal detention facilities. Now, hold on. I mean, honestly, revoke that shit, but also, what are you going to replace it with? What are they going to replace it with? Because they still have the system in place to put people, innocent people oftentimes, or put people in incarceration for a much heavier sentence than they should be. Either way, where are you going to put all those people? Like, I'm concerned for their safety. President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. He said, I don't need Bill Nye the Science Guy, bro. I got Hulk Hogan. Him and I can show you the world. Literally, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Which, by the way, Bill Nye the Science Guy would be a better pick, but would still be a horrific pick for the science and technology, like, leadership of the country. Just want to make my stance clear on that. But I do love Bill Nye. Tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. Don't need it. Strengthening Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Don't need to strengthen it. Don't even need the Affordable Care Act. Apparently, creating a comprehensive regional framework to address the causes of migration, to manage migration throughout North and Central America, and to provide safe and orderly processing of asylum seekers at the United States border. Don't need it. Toss it. Did you hear our aspiring prime minister believes in two genders only? Pierre. Dude, I mean, Like, Trump just said that shit too. And if you think sentences like that are anything but transphobic, rethink, baby. Think again. Think again. Think again. They're homophobic, transphobic, they're aldophobics, and they suck. They suck if they're saying that. If they say there's only two genders, if they're really that passionate about that's what they need to say out of their mouth in this moment right now, they're transphobic. And you should tell them, well, obviously you can't tell your prime minister that. Your aspiring prime minister. Are you Canadian? Sorry, Alpha, I forgot. Or do y'all already have a new prime minister? No, we don't have prime ministers. He's a president. But I know that Trudeau is stepping down, so that's why I'm asking if you're Canadian. Strengthening Medicaid, establishment of the... Oh, you can't see that. My bad. My bad, team. Establishment of interagency. I don't know what that means. Task force. Oh, just the word interagency. Like, yeah, okay. On the reunification of families. Don't need that. Yep. Who needs family? Restoring faith in our legal immigration systems and strengthening integration and inclusion efforts for new Americans. He doesn't want to restore faith, dude. He's trying to lock us in, lock everyone out, and bitch, let me say, I'd love to be caught on the other side of that wall. Like, I'll see you in Italy. Goodbye. See you never. Bye. I can only hope. Rebuilding and enhancing programs to resettle refugees and planning for the impact of the climate change on migration. Don't need it. Establishment of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. Just no partnerships at all, no allies. Cool. Revocation. How do you say that word? I know what it means, but like, what? Of certain presidential actions. Vague. Promoting access to voting. Don't need it. Establishment of the White House Gender Policy Council. Don't need it. Guaranteeing an educational environment free from discrimination on the basis of sex, including sexual orientation or gender identity. All children in the education system will be treated the same way regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Don't need it. Bye. Sorry, little gay kids, you have to stay in. Sorry. Like, what is this bullshit? I came out at 14. I didn't even know I was coming out, bro. I just made out with my girlfriend in the hallway. Like, is this for real? This is a whole different world. Like, this is scary shit. Termination of emergency with respect to the International Criminal Court. PP is leader of our Conservative Party. Oh, Pierre. Okay, in Canada. He's likely to be the next prime minister once our election happens, probably in the spring. What do you mean probably? Do y'all not have like a regular timing for your election? Or is it because he stepped down like mid why can't I think of the word? I don't know, but me just saying he's mid over and over again is funny. Canada does this thing where we just ping pong conservative and liberal governments back and forth because we collectively have the memory of a gnat. No. Hi, Gun Dragon. I hope you're having a good evening. I am happy to be here with all of you. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Pierre is saying transgender stuff. That's extremely unfortunate. Hi, Spellbound. Hello. How are you? Okay. Establishment of the of the Presidential Commission on the Supreme Court of the United States. Establishment of the Presidential Commission of the Oh. Does that mean that the president is not on the same dime as the Supreme Court and therefore cannot be, like, persuaded into abiding by what they do? Like, what does that mean? Because then, if so, fine, but also, what is your intention to do with this freedom, Mr. President? Establishment of the Climate Change Support Office. Oh, yeah. Another vague one. Climate-related financial risk. Advancing equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Don't need it. Diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility in the federal workplace. Don't need it. Accessibility, dude. Accessibility? Like, that's gonna be like HRT and stuff. Like, that's gonna be... Oh... Gender fortification is so vital to so many people in this country now. Not now, it always has been. And although the motivation for gender fortification can be societal standards or pressures, it's still such a beautiful way to be able to express oneself and one's true identity, and to not only strip the American people of the comfort of doing that, but also to put the children involved in danger because of your bigotry, because of your homophobic and transphobic rhetoric. Mr. Trump, please know we're watching. We see this shit. Strengthening American leadership in clean cars and trucks. Amending Executive Order 1407. Okay. White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Native Americans and strengthening tribal colleges and universities. Just think about how shitty the education system is here already. Already, dude. It already sucks. It's already extremely biased. There's already, like, corrupt districting laws that allow for city governments and state governments to fund more affluent suburbs, with the majority of them housing white people because they were afforded those opportunities. And they have a different education system than people in the big cities, which are more diverse. That stuff already exists. That is already real and here. So if for you to say you're revoking something that we already aren't experiencing, that we all already aren't seeing in our communities, is absurd. White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Black Americans. Gone. Implementation of the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. Gone. Non-displacement of qualified workers under service contracts. Catalyzing clean energy industries and jobs through federal sustainability. Establishing the United States Council on Transnational Organized Crime. I thought they were going to stop all the transnational organized crime. Why would you not have a council for that if you're trying to attack that issue? Advancing economy, efficiency, and effectiveness in federal contracting by promoting pay equity and transparency. Keep that shit a secret. No one should know how they're getting paid. No, that's not true, obviously. Advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and public safety. Sorry. decided to go. There we go. Is that too big? Executive order continuing to strengthen Americans' access to affordable, quality health coverage. We don't want to strengthen that. How would the billionaires get extra money from the stocks they own and and health insurance? Like, I don't even know. Like, the way that they're all just one big, like, orgy of money making, like, of capitalism. Like, it's a capitalism. Am I allowed to say that word on Twitch? They're just, like, all together and just, like, making money off of each other, but really making money off the backs of the American people and some non-American people. That's really what the money's coming from. But they want to pretend like they're just, like, to each other. Oh my god, bro. Promoting the arts and humanities and museum and library services. I can't do this with the music, bro. I thought I could. I cannot. Order 1409, establishing the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement in the United States. Advancing equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual, for the LGBTQI individuals. Just advancing equality. Stop that right now. Yeah. Oh, this one I read but didn't even process. Hold on. Advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and public safety. Gone. Because he wants to give the police full rights to do whatever they want. And he's made that clear. Lowering prescription drug costs for Americans. You know what that made me think of too? I really hope that Mark Cuban is so strong in the face of this, because he's always been like someone we could be like, oh, thank goodness we have Mark Cuban. Like, he'll probably stand up for us. He's like the one billionaire that we can trust. He is still a billionaire though. However, I do think that if we were going to be able to trust anybody, it would be old Marky Boy. So, fingers crossed. Fingies crossed. I just really want him to stand up to Trump and Elon, and like, I hope he does. Like, him and I don't agree on all politics, obviously, and like all things, but I do think that as far as the prescription drug cost for American goes, that whole situation with him buying that company to provide affordable drugs to people that need them, in the face of like big pharma, I think that really showed me that he at least wants to do some good with his money and has tried to stay steadfast with his values and where he puts his time and money outside of basketball and Shark Tank. Further advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through federal government. Bye. No more. Withdrawal of certain areas off the United States Arctic coast of the outer continental shelf from oil or gas leasing. Oh, because the fracking must begin. It must start again. Modernizing regulatory review. Revitalizing our nation's commitment to environmental justice for all. Who needs that? Moving beyond COVID-19 vaccination requirements for federal workers. That's just, again, stripping more like COVID-19 proactiveness from it, like resurfacing or like anything of the sort. More removal of those cushions that we have. Safe, secure, and trustworthy development and use of artificial intelligence. So they just don't want it to be safe or secure or trustworthy. And also the use of artificial intelligence, because they're definitely going to use that. I'm thinking they're saying that they're also not going to be required to ethically like abide when using this, even though you're using people's livelihood, you're using people's likelihood too. You're using people's art, like, regardless of what you're doing with it, the artificial intelligence of it all. It can get pretty hairy if there's not stipulations, right? imposing certain sanctions on persons undermining peace, security, and stability in the West Bank. So even though he had the whole spectacle of the ceasefire ending right before his presidency, right around the same time, or it didn't enact until his presidency, which it's all just manipulation tactics. It's all just manipulation tactics. He never cared about Gaza. He never cared about Gaza. He used it as a talking point to get people on his side whenever Kamala didn't pick that up, whenever she didn't say shit about Free Palestine. She said, we're trying to come to a ceasefire. Yeah, but everyone's been saying that for a year and a half, and it just finally happened. So he used that as an opportunity to try to coerce some people in that group by being like, look what I did on my day one and did the genocide. Oh, so now it's a genocide? That's crazy. Providing an order of succession with the Department of Agriculture, providing order of succession within the Homeland Security, Department of Justice, Department of Treasury, Office of Management and Budget, Cyber Director, Quality to act as a chairman, environmental, wait. Designation of officials of the Council on Environmental Quality to act as chairman. The presidential designation of personnel management to act as director. Okay, so spots that he's going to fill with his people for like literally every important aspect of what makes the country run and what people. Certification of recession of Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. Did I say resignation? Rescission of Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. So are they making it seem like Cuba is a state of terror? Like, I don't understand what they're trying to say. Revocation of National Security Presidential Miranda, providing the appointment of alumni of AmeriCorps. Implementation. To effectuate the revocations described in Section 2 of this order, the heads of each agency shall take immediate steps to end federal implementation of unlawful and radical DEI ideology. Right back there, going back to what his main point was, which was stop the DEI in the workplace, at school, stop it all. In the cities, in the states, stop it all. The Director of Domestic Policy Council and the Director of National Economic Council shall review all federal government actions taken pursuant to the orders, memoranda, I don't know what that meant. Who is that? Who is memoranda? And proclamations listed in Section 2 of this order and take necessary steps to rescind, replace, and amend such actions as appropriate. Within 45 days of the date of this order, the Director of the DPC and the Director of the NEC shall submit to the President an additional list of orders, memoranda, and proclamations issued by the prior administration that should be rescinded, as well as a list of replacement orders, memoranda, and proclamations to increase American prosperity. So 45 days to get DEI out of all your systems, and then after that we will make another list of stuff that you can cancel and then tell you what you put it in its place. National Security Advisor the NSA shall immediately begin a complete and thorough review of all national security memoranda issued from January 20, 2021 through January 20th, 2025. For harm to national security, domestic resilience, and American values. No later than 45 days from the date of this order, the NSA shall recommend to the President's NSMs for rescission. The functions of the Director of Office of Management. This order shall be implemented consistent with the applicable law and subject to the ability of appropriations. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable by law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, or agents, or any other person. So there they are. Let's see what this page is right now. Ugh. Jump scare. Jesus Christ. Terrifying. Second lady's the wife of, oh yeah, the cabinet. Wait. JD Vance's kid's name is Vivek? That's crazy. That's so crazy. And you're okay with your brown children being mistreated in school. That's what you're cool with? You're down with that, JD Vance. Alright. Alright, cool. Make America safe again. Okay. Let's see the highlights of what the priorities are, so that everybody can get it straight. No more making excuses for what we think he wants, what your grandma and your grandpa think that he's going to do, or maybe they know exactly what he's trying to do and they're okay with it. Either way, trying not to like cover all this, but also I'm here. I exist. Also, I'm reading to you, okay? I'm reading to you like we're in reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. Except it's not fun reading at all. Nothing scarier, TBH, I know. President, also, hi. Hi, baby girl. Okay. President Trump will take bold action to secure our border and protect American communities. Die. This includes ending Biden's catch and release policies, reinstating remain in Mexico, building the wall, ending asylum for illegal border crossers, cracking down on criminal sanctuaries, and enhancing vetting and screening of aliens. I bet you they're not going to do that for white aliens. It's just... It's just so interesting to me that the border crisis is always focused on Mexico when that's not the only border we live by, but cool. Well, that's too damn bad. Gingerly, what's up? People love to hear his words and make up their own interpretation. It helps that his sentences are gobbledygook. Yeah, no, truly. Remain in Mexico equals go back to where you came from. Right. Nobody's remaining anywhere. They're getting dragged in. And I say this so seriously, I truly hope that if and when families are getting deported, they actually get deported back home. Like, not back home, because obviously their home is here, but I mean, like, I hope that they get deported, like, actually back to a safe location in their country of origin and not in prison or in fucking cages or any of that bullshit ever again, because that sounds like the fucking Holocaust to me. That's what that sounds like to me. But obviously, like, it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better, unfortunately. Not obviously. I wish a miracle would happen. I wish that something would change, but I think that, like, for a lot of people, my skin color especially, need to wake up and smell the roses by having it happen to them, having something happen and impact them. That's the way that this is going to, like, hopefully, turn around. And by turn around, who knows what that entails. But I'm trying to figure out how to make this easily seeable for y'all. I'm sorry. Whatever. This is fine. This includes okay. President Trump's deportation operation will address the record border crossings of criminal aliens under the prior administration. The record of border crossings of criminal aliens under the prior administration. I'd just like everyone to really quickly remember that Americans do more crime in America than anyone else. Americans do. Not immigrants. And, like, exponentially more, by the way. Obviously, it's like there are more of us here, but just prioritizing and, like, making it seem, the wording of this makes it seem like the wording of this is extremely racist. It's insinuating that people who come here illegally are criminals just because they haven't yet gotten their citizenship, like, fully worked out, whenever we all know in reality the process of asylum takes so long. If you don't have the connections or the money, it can take so freaking long, dude. Like, I knew this person who was kind of white passing, like, I would say white passing, but obviously, like, I don't have the scale, but they were moving from Colombia, and it took them 8 years to get their citizenship. They were like, I think a teenager when they came over, and didn't get it till, no, not a teenager, they were in their 20s, I think. And so they were, like, young and, excited, and it took them 8 years to get their citizenship, and that was not without, like, a lot of trying, and luckily they had some connections. So that's like an average American experience for somebody that's in, like, what was the middle class, I guess you could say. I heard of someone whose uncle was approved after 10 years, 4 months after he died. Yeah, like, it's insanely difficult for the average American to get, like, their full citizenship, or the average human being to get their full citizenship here, while seeking asylum. That's why class wars are so important, because us white people can pull our shit together and unite if we have to. We have to be selfish about it. Yeah, well, I mean, like, the selfishness is hopefully going to be the straw that broke the camel's back for the whites, because I am still flabbergasted by how many people that share my race are still so oblivious to what's going on. And also, even if they're not oblivious, okay, so you're playing dumb and you're just pretending like it's not happening because it's not happening to you. Well, I say this with all of my heart. I hope it does happen to you. And I hope it happens to you so that you can maybe form some sort of empathy, especially now that you've had the experience. So if you have never had to struggle in your life, I truly hope you do during this presidency. And I'm not trying to be a bitch, but I kind of am, actually. I think that, like, it's so crazy how many people lack empathy in this country. It's crazy how many people lack empathy. And not even just in this country, obviously, like, everywhere. People are human. But with the encouragement to take care of yourself and your family, that's the American dream. You build yourself an empire and take care of those people that are closest to you versus building the society that we live in up, building the community that we exist in up. And that perpetuates growth within your community that will give back to you. That's what so many other cultures have lived on successfully for so long. And you know what else those cultures never had? Billionaires. Billionaires. Because guess what? We don't need them. We don't need them. We don't need them. We never did. We never did. It sounds almost impossible, like you need so much stuff and time to make it happen. Yeah, no, truly. And yeah, and money too, because you're paying like you're paying for, some people get it pro bono, I'm sure. Because some people do have hearts, but you're paying for your citizenship, like attorney essentially, to fight for you to get your citizenship, and then you're talking through them with the government. So like there's already, you're a few steps removed, but are still having to like pay for the service of getting a citizenship. At least that's my understanding. I'm sure people have had all different kinds of experience. It's wild how ignorant, either by lack of education or choice, people can be. I heard someone whose uncle, yeah. It's so discouraging. It really is. But at the same time, being here, being in LA around like-minded people, I'm not saying that because they're in LA they're like-minded, but I mean, you know, a lot of people feel safe here, and that's why they live here. And I know that I like live in a very high dense area of people that are different than a lot of the world, but that doesn't mean those people don't exist in the world. That just means that there's more people like us weirdos here, but like the good weirdos, the cool ones, not the racist, misogynist, classist, homophobic weirdos like Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. I don't fully understand people who can't empathize. Like, I've had privilege my whole life. I've had a privileged life, and I want everyone to have housing, healthy food, and love and education. It's wild how people want to hoard resources and be so deeply unkind. Like, that makes the world worse for everyone. And you know what the worst of it is, too? Having people that have so much money, unfathomable amounts of money, like Elon Musk, and still not having an education. Like, what do you mean all of our resources are, which, by the way, he's not even a citizen, deport him. But you're telling me right now that this man has the education of like a second grader. Like, what are we talking about here? And I'm not talking about his autism. Please, everyone, stop talking about his autism. There are so many autistic people. Sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be a bitch again, but like, that does not cause you to have white supremacy. Like, that's just not a thing. Autism doesn't make you do a Roman salute, okay? It doesn't. It just doesn't. Twice, by the way. Twice. 2 times he did it. Okay. The armed forces, including National Guard, will engage in border security, which is national security, and will be deployed to the border to assist existing law enforcement personnel. President Trump will begin the process of designating cartels, including the dangerous, as foreign terrorist organizations, and use the Alien Enemies Act to remove them. Bro, if Trump starts going after cartels, I swear, bro. Like, I swear. Where do I sign up? Where do I sign up? I want to be in the cartel. What? Did you guys hear that? That was fucking crazy. Okay, moving on. The Department of Justice will seek the death penalty as appropriate punishment for heinous crimes against humanity, including those who kill the law enforcement officers and illegal migrants who maim and murder Americans. The fear-mongering in that statement is crazy. But also, what? The death penalty for heinous crimes against humanity, including those who kill law enforcement officers. That's your focus? Not like child Bedditors. No, not that. Killing law enforcement? Killing someone that has all the weapons and resources at their disposal? That's what you're worried about. But they'll pardon the January 6 people, yeah. Yes, I think the movies show villains as smart and sneaky, but instead they're giant idiots. Yeah, I mean, like... And well, oftentimes villains aren't really the villains, too. Not oftentimes, sometimes. Villains are not really villains. They're just portrayed that way because people don't like what they have to say. But I do understand what you're saying, like in the movies and stuff. The Department of Justice will see the... Oh, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Also, this is fear-mongering. That's crazy. Make America affordable and energy dominant again. Ending Biden's policies of climate extremism. Streamlining, permitting, and reviewing for rescission all regulations that impose burdens of energy production, including mining, processing, okay, so yeah, fracking. They want to go back to fracking. They want to stop all the hydrogen car stuff. They don't want any of that. They just want to do good old regular fracking, which I think there's an argument to keep oil and gas cars around. I do. However, I don't think that you should end endeavors to create clean cars that harm the environment a lot less. Like, I think two things can happen at the same time. In case of an emergency, you might want to have a gas powered car instead of a battery powered car, like that's very true. We've all seen the apocalypse movies, like all of them. But I do think that like stopping the progression of technology is very much so against what America stands for as well. President Trump will declare an energy emergency and use all... I'm so sorry for the knocking, guys. There's construction going on outside. President Trump will declare an energy emergency and use all necessary resources to build critical infrastructure. An emergency? What critical infrastructure is it? Is it oil rigs? I'm curious. President Trump will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord. Again. Loser. All agencies will take emergency measures to reduce the cost of living. Emergency measures to reduce the cost of living. See, that sounds great in theory. What does that mean? Is that actually going to happen? Like, what do you mean all agencies? President Trump should take that measure. Like, you should... All of these are things that you're going to do except for reduce the cost of living. That's not on you. Someone else will do that. Don't worry. The agencies will do it. What agencies? Like, what are you talking about? The housing agency? Like, what? President Trump will announce the America First trade policy. America will no longer be beholden to foreign organizations for our national tax policy, which punishes American businesses. American huge businesses. Coal power plants? Coal power plants? Oh, that's the infrastructure? Jesus. Bro, what is this, Valheim? Okay. Okay, drain the swamp. Such absurd language, by the way, to talk about like human beings. The president will usher a golden age for America by reforming and improving the government bureaucracy to work for the American people. Okay. He will freeze bureaucrat hiring. Except in the essential areas, to end onslaught of useless and overpaid DEI activists buried into the federal workforce. He will pause the burdensome and radical regulations not yet in effect that Biden announced. Okay, so that part is crazy. We're going to take away all of the diplomats that are everyday people that are supposed to protect the rights of people and all have difference and opinions and varies of opinion, but their job is to keep everything as objectively law as possible, right? And to try to be like bureaucrats, like be for the people, but like try to do the business of the government and make sure that we're make sure that the laws are being abided by and everything. He will freeze bureaucrat hiring, except in essential areas. So what is an essential area is my question. What does that mean? All areas should have bureaucrats that are there to serve the city, regardless of how affluent the city is. All of them should have representatives that are there for their well-being. And also bringing the DEI activists buried into the... Literally, that's what they're supposed to do. They're like supposed to stand up for the people and help, and also make sure everyone's abiding by the law. Yet you're saying, you're pointing out something that's like, you're making them sound like they're moles. Useless and overpaid DEI activists buried in the federal workforce. He's like, get these libs out of here, bro. Get these libs out of my bureaucracy. Like, what the President Trump is announcing an unprecedented slate of executive orders for recession. Yeah, we know. Rescission, sorry. President Trump is planning for improved accountability of government bureaucrats. The American people deserve the highest quality service from the people who love our country. Improved accountability of government bureaucrats, not the ones that are there now, obviously, because they're not. Those ones aren't good. They don't like Trump enough. Yeah, you know how bureaucrats are supposed to work. They're supposed to be really in to the president and super agree with everything he says, no matter what. For my non-Americans, that's not how it works here. They're very much so supposed to help keep checks and balances in order. He will freeze the highest quality service from people who love our country. The president who will also return federal work. I'm sorry, my ADHD is going crazy with this hammering. As of only 6% of employees currently work in person. Oh, no more working from home, which I think is a little bit crazy also, because like we are in a hybrid environment now post-COVID, and I don't think there's anything wrong with federal workers being able to work from home and spend more time at home, unless they're supposed to be like having a meeting with like multiple clients, or like, you know, it depends on the job, of course, but I think just eradicating work from home at all is like that's stupid, and it's, people like to do that now. Like, they should be able to have the choice, because we already work more than humans were intended to work, like per week, you know, and we're already forced to work above that number just to be able to survive because of inflation. So this is just further trapping people in the workplace and enslaving them to capitalism. Like, that's just what it's doing. President Trump is taking swift action to end the weaponization of government against political rivals and ordering all document retention as required by law. Also ending unconstitutional censorship by the federal government. No longer will government employees pick and require the erasure of entirely true speech. That's not what freedom of speech is. It also shows people work better with less hours and from home. Yeah. Because humans are not meant to work our whole lives. Like, we're just not. We're not meant to live to work. Yet that's what our society perpetuates. In other countries, they work to live. They have their job and then they go home. They spend time with people that they love, friends, family, pets. And then they go on vacation. And then they have paid vacations. And then they maybe have a family and have maternity and paternity leave with PTO. Well, that's under the bracket of paternity and maternity leave. It's PTO, essentially. That's not what we have here. Trump wants to punish people for being pregnant. He wants to give people the ability to be fired for being pregnant or to not be hired for being pregnant. On the president's direction, the State Department will have an America First foreign policy, bring back American values. The president will establish male and female. Oh, you can't see this part. Will establish male and female as biological reality and protect women from radical gender ideology. Protect women from radical gender ideology. It's just like none of this language feels objective. It's supposed to be a little bit. I mean, obviously, like, there are policies, so there are opinions that are being put into place as law. But it's also like they're not even trying to make it sound objective. Protecting women from radical gender ideology. Okay, you're protecting girls' locker rooms. Just say your fucking transphobic shit. Just say it. Just say it. Just say what you're trying to say. Like, what are you saying? Biological reality? Hey, no one's tried to test science on that. And by conflating biological reality and radical gender ideology as one thing, you are erasing the entire conversation of sex versus gender and also freedom of sexual orientation and gender ideology. Like, that's all just being erased. American landmarks will be named appropriately to appropriately honor our nation's history. What does that mean? What landmarks are we starting with? I'm so curious. American values, and then immediately be transphobic. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Okay, now is a good time. We're going to watch this video. We'll watch this one first. We're going to watch this video. The origin of gender. Why do we think there are only two genders? Because there are cultures that believe there are many more than two genders. And what's the difference between sex and gender? You cats ready? Holy shit, that went full screen.
Are male and female the only two genders? And when did we start associating gender with certain roles of society? When I hear the word binary, my mind immediately jumps to gender and 80s movies about computers. And that's because outside of meaning something that has two sides or two parts, binary is often linked to the concept that there are two genders in the world, and every person falls squarely into one of these two categories. And since lots of you Origin of Everything fans write in with questions and comments about things related to gender and gender norms, I wanted to spend this week getting down into an abbreviated history of how we got to the idea of binary gender, what the heck some of the differences between gender and sex are, how those two categories became linked, and why we started associating different tasks in society along the gender divide, with certain behaviors being ascribed to masculinity and others to femininity. Okay, so we have a lot to cover and very little time, but the natural place to start here seems to be, what is gender, and how does it differ from sex? So to start things off in something of an order from concrete to abstract, human sex is usually linked to biological and physical traits of the body. These can include reproductive organs, hormones, chromosomes, with the old wisdom being that XX chromosomes signal females while XY chromosomes are indicative of males, outward appearance of the genitalia, and secondary sex characteristics, which kick in around puberty for humans. These traits include things like growing breasts, getting hairy, or producing all of that lovely oil and grease that makes our pits stink and our T-zones shine bright like a diamond. Although these are the ways that sex is determined or identified, it also involves a fair bit of fluidity. For example, there are people who are intersex.
Where'd the video go? Oh, my bad. I think that was my fault.
Meaning that they...
What's that? It's not showing it right now. Hold on. Is it showing it on y'all's end? That's so weird because I can see it's saying it's on here. And the chat went away. Oh my gosh. Freya, it's okay, baby. It's okay. It's okay. Where did it go? I don't understand. Oh, it's down here. Found it. I think I just dragged it across the page on accident. Freya, can you come touch baby?
fluidity. For example, there are people who are intersex, meaning that they share a variety of these traits across the sexual divide. People can have XX chromosomes associated with women, but present in most other ways as male, and vice versa. It's also
Boom. Ready? Did you get it? Because it went by fast. Did you catch it? Did you hear it? Did you see it? Intersex. It's a real thing. Yep, it's a real thing. Your little binary biology doesn't work out with that. Doesn't work out with that.
A mixture of these
Let's
traits
run it
that
back,
are
just in case you
present
missed
in
it.
most other ways, a variety of these traits across the sexual divide. People get identified. It also involves a fair bit of fluidity. For example, there are people who are intersex, meaning that they share a variety of these traits across the sexual divide. People can have XX chromosomes associated with women, but present in most other ways as male, and vice versa. It's also possible to have a mixture of these traits that aren't easily quantifiable and don't align neatly with male or female designations. Although, in some of these cases, there are parents and healthcare providers who choose an assigned sex for a child born with a mixture of traits at birth. But while sex is mostly considered biological, gender is its more loosely defined cousin. Gender relates to the performance of roles, identities,
So
and ideas.
before we jump into the gender part of it, I just wanted to say the important part was to hear that like biological sex is not even binary. Biological sex is not even binary, and like intersex people exist and they just get assigned a gender at birth by either their parents or their doctor, depending on like, you know, who has custody of them or whatever. So like that's already important when you're saying gender ideology does not allow you to does not allow you to express yourself. Like Trump doesn't want you to be able to express yourself by your gender, and he wants you to have to adhere to what you were assigned at birth, even if it's not true. That's just what he's saying. There's only two genders is what he said, which is actually factually just not true. If you want to equate and conflate gender and sex, go for it all you want. You're still wrong. You tiny orange man.
Surrounding masculine, feminine, or neutral traits. And more often than not, we link gender to both outward behaviors and
start
internal
calling
ideas
myself
about
that.
ourselves. A good example of performing gender in society would be a statement like, all girls' favorite color is pink. The first assumption is that girl lines up with female sex, and the second is that given the choice, most, if not all girls, will not only choose pink as their favorite color, but will also be naturally predisposed to liking pink over other colors.
Not
but
me,
this
ho.
idea confuses cultural conditioning with a presumed biological determinism.
I
And
love
if you
me
want
some
more on pink
orange.
for girls and blue for boys, then this is the perfect time to hop on over to our video on gender
Yeah,
clothing
I'm
for
not
a
even
deeper
like other
explanation.
girls, bro.
Gender
I like
also blossoms
orange.
outward into other areas of our lives, and
That's
it's often
funny.
used as a measure for sexual desire,
I'm just like
behavior,
other
and
girls,
societal
bitch.
roles. We also apply gender pretty widely and often, even to concepts and inanimate objects, more so than biological sex. Take, for example, some Indo-European languages like Spanish, German, and Latin, where gender is used to conjugate certain verbs or attach to nouns and pronouns. So while both sex and gender are not hard and fast across the board, both are more often than not linked together and then described to us using two choices: male sex aligning with masculine gender and female sex aligning with feminine gender. But while the concept of two sexes and two genders is ingrained in us as the cultural norm, this hasn't always been universally true. That leads us to our next question. What are the alternatives to the binary gender model? Well, in fact, outside of the West, many cultures and countries have a history that recognizes either gender fluidity or gender categories that exist beyond the binary. Prior to colonization, the Incas worshipped a dual-gender god, whose attendants, the Khoiwarmi, wore androgynous clothing and represented a third gender space. Among the Sakalavas of Madagascar, boys who were considered feminine in appearance were raised as girls and believed to have supernatural protection that prevented them from being harmed. In Hawaii, Kanaka Malawi indigenous societies had the Mahu, who could be aligned with any biological sex, but expressed a gender role that was in between masculine and feminine. And the Bernicia of Albania are women who have sworn a vow of chastity and dress as men, a tradition that dates back as far as the 1400s, although their numbers have dwindled dramatically in recent years. So the concept of more than two genders has existed and still exists worldwide. But concepts that biological sex and gender could be fluid also existed in parts of Western Europe. Prior to the 18th century and the rise of Enlightenment thinking in Europe, there was a theory that men and women's reproductive organs could belong.
And you know what's so interesting about this? Like, yes, every culture has it, or not every culture. I mean, yes, every culture has its own, you know, gender ideologies or whatever, and some of them overlap, some of them don't. But like at the end of the day, are people out here getting murdered for it? Like, are people out here getting hate crime for it, or is that just here? Obviously there are other places where, I'm not saying that LGBTQI people only suffer here. Obviously I'm not saying that. But I'm saying like the different cultures that we were just shown, where a type of non-binary is, or like an androgynous like attire is had by like people of both sexes, if you will, or people that weren't assigned a specific sex depending on their culture, not adhering to those gender roles, if you will, or the binary of sex. Hi, can you relax for a little bit? Yeah, mommy's trying to focus. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. You're being a little loud. No, you're being loud.
Belong to a common sex, even though they were assigned to different gendered roles. So there was one
Hi,
sex, but two
Pete.
genders.
First time commentator, but I have an important question. Why are you such a fox?
The woman's turn and word,
Thank you.
And full double demand, and you will find
I like
the
my
same-
Snap. Not me talking over her. I like my Snap content too. We'll go back to playing that soon. Don't worry. Not today, but today is an educational day. But thanks for coming in, Pete.
There was one sex, but two genders. In the 2nd century AD, Greek physician Galen noted, turn outward the woman's, turn inward, so to speak, and full double demand, and you will find the same in both in every respect.
Wait, what? That broke my brain. Hold on. Turn outward the woman's, turn inward, so to speak. Outward the woman's, turn inward, so to speak, and fold double the man's, and you will find the same in both. Oh, I see. Wow. So, like, you will find the same in both in every respect. So, like, in terms of an argument for equality, but also a little bit of an argument for equity, because, like, to make it equal, different, both binary defined genders would have to break from their societal roles, or differ from their societal roles in the past. So double the fold double the man. So make him double times smaller, and let the woman show her outside, or her inside on the outside, like truly, without being forced to adhere to gender norms. And you will find the same in both in every respect. That's how I take it. That's how I'm reading it. I don't know about you guys.
The woman's, turn inward, so to speak, and full double demand, and you will find the same in both in every respect. That's right, he was of the opinion that women were essentially men with penises that had been flipped up inside of their bodies and not fully developed.
Oh, he meant like
male side
physically too.
Isn't so kooky when you consider that physicians at that time also believed that women's female hysteria was caused by wandering wombs. And while this wasn't a universally held belief, the idea that male and female reproductive organs were somehow two sides of the same coin persisted until the Renaissance. And just like class, gender was given a hierarchy and attached ideas about innate qualities. So someone of high birth was considered inherently better than someone from a lower class. And the same went with gender, which valued masculine traits and behaviors over all else. And the category of gender was also linked with emerging categories such as race and long-held beliefs like class. So white, male, or masculine folks of high birth placed themselves at the top of the pyramid and created complex systems that trickled outward from that center point. But that doesn't mean that there weren't alternatives that existed across
What
complex
mind
societies.
puzzle is this? We went
With the
esoteric.
dawn of Enlightenment thinking and the resulting revolutionary uprisings around the world, think American Revolution, Haitian Revolution, and the French Revolution, to name a few, we start to see language about the rights of man that looked to upset one key part of the hierarchy, class, as it was associated with free voting white men. Class that had been entrenched in societies that held up an aristocracy based on rank and high birth had a major upset. But all of this language about men,
Which that speaks so to like the fucking patriarchy, is that why is every picture of Joan of Arc I see, she's in like the white dress she was fucking burned in. Like that's what she was burned at the stake in. She was in drag constantly. Joan of Arc was constantly in drag. She was imprisoned for it multiple times. Sorry, I'm not meaning to yell at y'all. I'm just like, I don't understand why like this one, Tataz are flopping in the wind, like she's holding a spear out of Revolution. It's a great picture. It looks so dope. But they never highlight the fact that like this woman was wearing like fully opposite sex clothing and was constantly harassed for it, imprisoned for it, and in the end killed for it, even though she was an amazing general that led her army to multiple victories. That's crazy. I love Joan of Arc.
And having rights wasn't thinking of the universal term of man, meaning all human beings, as it was in the past, but rather specifically linked to race, gender, and sex. So
she was actually killed because she refused to stop dressing in men's clothing. No, literally. All 15 years of her life, dude. And so young.
18th and 19th century that we start to see a further codification of these accepted binaries, even though concepts of them existed prior to this point. According to Alberto Alsina, Paolo Giuliano, and Nathan Nunn in their article on the origins of gender roles, Women in the Plow, some of this may be broken down to these.
Freya, please. Please, baby. It's the same people. It's been the same people all day. All week. Please.
Assignment of labor roles. They found that, consistent with existing hypotheses, the descendants of societies that traditionally practice plow agriculture today have less equal gender norms, measured using reported gender role attitudes and female participation in the workplace, politics, and entrepreneurial activities. So societies that spread more traditional agricultural roles as a whole had less gender equality and leaned towards a belief that men and women occupy different spheres than those that did not. It comes as no surprise then that with the rise of colonization, which often looked to regulate and standardize farming practices across different regions, that we also see a solidification of gendered roles becoming the norm. This is also coupled with the fact that often people in colonized regions were severely punished for expressing any gender, sex, or sexual expression outside of the accepted norm of two genders and two sexes.
Yes. See, they made that happen. Like, people keep acting like the Constitution is Bible. Like, the words and the ways of people here, anyways. Like, American people act like this shit is like the word. Like, we have all the facts, we have all the answers. Like, America knows everything, and everything that we said has always been the way it is. It's just like simply not that way. That's just not realistic. We are one of the newest countries, and we're also pioneered on being different than everyone else, and fought to liberate ourselves as to maintain that unique quality, and then took part in the same sort of pseudo-colonization. Not pseudo, because it was colonization, but like kind of what the British did, but different. We're different. And now, I mean, now this is unprecedented for America, obviously, like where we are now, or at least it is for how long I've been alive. The threat of losing democracy has never been a thing, and like we've already lost it, but because of that unprecedented times, there's like a lot of space and opportunity to have new conversations with people that might have not gotten along with us before. Like, at the same time, there are some people that I don't necessarily want to get along with because I think they're bad people. However, in this moment of unity, you know, we might need that.
Gender, sex, or sexual.
We might need to cross the borders sometimes to the other side politically to really understand, to really help them understand what's going on. I'm only a quarter in, but I love it so far. Wait, the book I called Transgender Warriors, Making History from Joan of Arc to Dennis Rodman by Leslie Feinberg. Ooh, that sounds fun. I want to read that. We're not like other girls.
Expression outside of the accepted norm of two genders and two sexes. But the word gender started circulating in academic discourse and broader cultural discussions around the midpoint of the 20th century as everyday people began to push back openly and critically about the role that gender played in their lives. We see all of these conversations about gender and gender norms playing crucial roles in the movements for LGBTQIA rights and visibility, civil rights, and feminist critique. So, how does it all add up? While this episode was kind of a tall order and gender is a massive and complex topic, I hope this gave a rough sketch to start your search process and enliven your debates. There are a lot of other trains I could have covered,
I want to, wait,
like
what?
Gender and religion, or gender and class, or gender and class and religion and race and even more labor, but condensed it
they
here
have
for
so
time.
many videos.
So it still bears
Why do
repeating
people
that
have
this is just
pets
one
is
of
crazy.
many threads in the story, and gender is still circulating
To
in our
distract
everyday lives,
ourselves
which
from the
color you
horrors
paint your
that are
newborn's
life.
bedroom, to which box we check off for our life.
This shit is so loud. I was going to look up something and I forgot what it was. Did it have to do with this video? Is the question. I don't know. I have this one too, but I was going to protect women. I wanted to look at the well, let me see what else is on the White House page actually. Was this it? I'm tired of dying out. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. But me won't make me stay. I got my own place. Move 'cause you're in my way. Why you gotta ruin my day, my day? Okay. Fact sheet, executive order to establish United. I was just trying to see what law he actually implemented, because I feel like all we've. Oh, here we go. Removing barriers to American leadership in our. President's Council of Advisors in Science and Technology, declassification of records. Whoa, that's actually crazy. So he's going to probably expose a lot of past governments for doing things that he was probably involved with or privy to, and pretend like he's some saint, like he has thus far. Executive grant of clemency. Where is the... Defending women from gender ideology, extremism, and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Fucking kill you. Okay. Across the country, ideologues who deny the biological reality of sex have increasingly used legal and other socially coercive means to permit men to self-identify as women and gain access to intimate single-sex spaces and activities designed for women, from women's domestic abuse shelters, crazy one to start with, by the way, to women's workplace showers. First of all, actually, my bestie and I were talking about this the other day, because who is taking showers at work like that? What are you talking about, bro? Like, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Like, I'm not saying that that women don't take showers at work. That's what I'm trying to say. Not that, like, that trans women infiltrate bathrooms, like, or whatever. Like, that's bullshit. Sorry, but that's just ridiculous. There's a list of reasons that trans people are scared to live on a daily basis. And they don't need more reasons to feel that way. Like, people, I don't understand why people always think that, like, the choice of it all is, like, a real thing. Because why would you choose to have such horrendous things said about you and done to you your whole life? Like, why would you choose to have a rhetoric around who you are be so negative in some of the most disgusting but powerful people's eyes? Like, why would you choose that? No one chooses that. I've been sharing all your IG stories hoping that it pisses people off. That's funny. I mean, my hope is not to piss people off, genuinely. Like, I do feel like there aren't enough safe spaces to talk about this stuff, and I do feel like my main goal is to create a safe environment to talk about this stuff, even if we all disagree on stuff. Like, I of course have my boundaries as far as bigotry goes. Like, I'm open to conversation. I'm not going to argue with a bigot, especially one that doesn't want to listen. I mean, if they did want to listen, then yeah, like, go off. But that doesn't seem like the vibe of that doesn't seem like the cut of their jib, considering that they have someone in power that's just like them. This is not the representation we wanted in 2025. This is not the representation and inclusivity we wanted. This isn't it. This is not what we asked for. This is wrong. It is wrong. I'm so glad you're acknowledging that everything you're saying is wrong. Efforts to eradicate the biological reality of sex fundamentally attack women. By depriving them, I don't feel attacked, by the way. Hey, I'm a woman. I don't feel attacked. I'm actually so unattacked by trans people, it's crazy. Like, nope, I'm good. Yep, I'm fine. I agree, Alex. I agree. Hold on. Let me see what this is, dog.
The first thing.
Oh, nice. We can watch that in a minute too. Ooh. I just want y'all to know, like, what this presidency, what they're putting out right now. Like, this is the updated one, actually. The updated what? Executive orders list? Or the updated gender study? Oh, I see. Let's watch it real quick then, whatever.
Hi, my name's Abigail. I've just been doing a little bit of body modification work. Welcome to Philosophy Tube. Every now and again, when I'm out and about in the world, I'll see somebody say something and immediately think, that's got to be an episode of the show. Usually it's somebody very passionately defending a philosophical viewpoint without necessarily realizing the depth of what they are saying. And to me, that's like the bat signal. I'd grab my tools and I'd go to work. I want to pop the hood on what they've said and take a look at all the philosophy inside.
Pop
and
the
today,
hood.
I have found a doozy. There's a British website called Mumsnet. It's a forum for parents. And a while ago, there was a thread that started with, "Mother is a social construct. Discuss." And one lady wrote, "Carrying and birthing my child was not a social construct." And I saw that and I was like,
That's funny.
Philosophy Tube time, baby. This lady was
You
actually
missed the mark
making
there.
a metaphysical claim. Metaphysics is the bit of philosophy that broadly looks at existence. So, if ethics is, how do I be a good driver? And aesthetics is, how do I make my car look cool? Metaphysics is, what are cars? What are they made of?
Yeah.
How do they work? If you were to take a class, you might look at things like causation, free will, space, and time. I once had a metaphysics lecture where the professor argued that time does not exist, which was very funny because, no joke, he turned up 10 minutes late. So when I saw that comment, I wondered two things. Firstly, what is a social construct? And secondly, why do people sometimes have such strong feelings about them? Fasten your seatbelts. Philosophers draw a useful distinction between an object and its properties. This car is silver. It has the property being silver. I could paint it a different color, take that property away, give it a new one, but it would still be the same object. You might well wonder, how many of the properties can we take away before the object is gone? If I give this car new paint, new engine, new brakes, new electricals, is it still the same car? That's the kind of question a metaphysician would think about. For now, though, you understand this distinction between an object and its properties. And there's different kinds of properties, too. Some we would say are intrinsic. That means you can't really separate the object from the property. It's an intrinsic property of triangles that they have three sides. If you take that away, it's not a triangle anymore. Others we would say are relational. This car has the property being next to me. But if I move, then it doesn't have that property anymore, because it depends on my location. If this car was my favorite, we would say that it has the property being my favorite, which is not only relational, but depends on my feelings rather than my location. And now, here's the million-dollar question. What kind of property are things like being a woman, being a man, being black, white, gay, straight, whatever? Are they intrinsic? Are they relational? Are they something else? What do they depend on? They are pretty important. I guarantee that properties like that have shaped your entire life. They've sure as hell shaped mine. So, what the heck are they? In offering my theory of social categories, the aim is to reveal the cogs and belts and arrangements of parts in machines that often are oppressive. To start solving this puzzle, we can do something that philosophers
return.
love. And if you enjoy this, then you should absolutely study metaphysics, because this is like half of it.
You definitely built one of the very few safe places. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind.
Imagine another Earth called Earth 2. And on Earth 2, they have all the same ideas we do about sex and race and gender, all those same categories, but they also have an extra one called Schmite. Schmite is very simple. There's two kinds of people on Earth 2, bigs and minis. Bigs is any adult over 5 feet tall, and minis is anyone under. And let's say that whether you're a big or a mini really affects your life on Earth 2. Like, if you're a big, you can get a better job, you can get a nicer house, you're allowed to marry whoever you like. If you're a mini, life is hard. Suppose we were to meet the people of Earth 2, and we said, Schmite is just a social construct. being a big or being a mini, those are clearly relational properties. They depend on how other people feel about you. They might say, no, it's not. It's not about feelings. It's objectively observable. Look, I have a tape measure. I can tell whether someone is a big or a mini. Reaching tall things on my shelf is not a f***ing social construct. But we might come back and say, okay, yeah, you can measure somebody's height. Nobody's denying that. But what we're driving at is, why do you care?
No, truly.
Why? Have you...
No, and that's like the whole conversation at the end of the day is, why do you care about how people identify? Why do people care? Like, why can't people just identify the way they want to identify? Why don't you worry about giving those people health care? Why don't you worry about giving those people housing? Why don't you worry about those people having their taxes that they pay used for something that will actually benefit them and the society around them versus trying to tell them what they are and what they are not? That makes a lot more sense to me, personally. But die on that hill. Go ahead. Die on the there are only two genders hill.
Constructed your social systems around this feature. Maybe you've got a good reason for it, but on Earth 1 we don't do that. We have the property being tall, but we don't have the property being a big or being a mini. So you guys must have invented them. And all the Earth 2 people
Yeah.
were like, you're kind of weird. Meanwhile,
You
people
guys
at
are
Earth
weird,
0
F2.
are looking at us going,
Dude, we're
"Whoa,
weird.
what's all this stuff about race and sex?"
Bro, they would literally rip us up for classism. Like, they would rip us up for classism. They're like, you let them have more papers, and then these little group of, like, people have, like, paper, and that's more important. And so, like, they get to run your lives just because they have higher stacks of paper? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. They have more stacks of paper than us. So they get to live their lives while everyone else struggles to survive, to literally exist.
I mean, we understand
That's
same
so
class, and we're
silly.
we're not
That's
erasing
so
anybody's biology or
silly.
anything like that, but you guys divided your whole population and you based your whole society around this?
Right.
Why? Maybe we'd say, well, it's evolutionary psychology, you know? On
Around
Earth 1,
race,
some of us can
bro,
carry children, some of
around
us can't, so we evolve different societal
religion.
roles, and we make that distinction. Carrying and birthing a child is not a f***ing social construct. And they might go, okay,
Gender.
yeah, but what about Mother's Day cards? When you seriously telling me that you evolved to buy each other those? Get out now. There's definitely some aspects of being a mother that you've invented. I mean, there's nature, you've got your natural properties, yeah? But then you guys, you've added a whole bunch of stuff on top of that. You're doing augmented reality shit, like projecting extra properties onto the world. On Earth 0, we don't have any of that. We've just got the natural properties, no additives. And then suddenly, in come the people from Earth -1. And they're like, whoa, hold on there. What's all this stuff about natural properties?
Earth -1.
The only reason that the people of Earth 2 bother to measure height, the only reason they have a concept of height is because they care about schmite. The
Oh.
act of measuring someone's height isn't a neutral thing that happens before they get assigned big or mini. When you measure something, you're already assuming that there is something there worth measuring. So these supposedly objective natural properties of yours are also social constructs. It's not augmented reality, it's full VR, son. On Earth -1, we don't have any of that. We're all just vibing. Presumably, life on those other Earths would look a little bit different. If you were walking around Earth 2, you'd see signs with like bigs only and stuff. Because social constructs shape our environment. Suppose we took a whole city of people here on Earth 1 and we erased their memories so they didn't know about sex and race.
And that's what I wanted to talk about too, is like the gender affirming care of it all, because it's so interesting, the thought that like the gender fortification is so prevalent in society whenever the society is also like yearning for a non-binary structure and just to flow freely within the binary, if you will, or yeah, meaning that it wouldn't exist. But like at the same time, people want / feel they might need to have gender affirming care. And that's the stuff that's getting targeted. That's the things that are getting targeted. When in reality, like, you could just be whatever gender you feel inside because that's what you are. Because it's a fucking construct. Like, and the sex, the biology part of it, that is still, like, a construct. Like, that was still something that was created. Because there are more than just two answers. There are more than just two genders. There are more than just two sexes. And science said so. And it's kind of crazy that, like, so many people just forgot about that. I'm not confused. You're confused. Rip my ears. Set my volume this channel and forgot about it. Oh, sorry. Alpha, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Oh. What helps
Would
with
they
ear blowing out?
invent
Help.
those categories when they
Someone
saw
help
that?
him.
Would
Stat.
they look at public toilets and go, oh, hey, there's 2 different spaces here?
Oh yeah, so my point was I just find it so interesting. It actually just goes to show how impactful society and gender norms are. Because you can you can eradicate the patriarchy part of it in your mind, and you can really make yourself believe, yeah, like I'm doing what I want to do and not what I'm supposed to do. Like I'm not just gonna be in the kitchen, in the kitchen, and like all the girl jokes or whatever, and like have babies and cook and clean, which is not a bad thing for people that want to do that, obviously. But it's part of like the choice of doing it, right? And being like, I don't want to do that. I want to do all these things, whilst also doing things to enhance the way that you express your gender expression or gender identity. It's like really riding the wave, and that's like such an argument for the other side too, because they're like, well, you make it make sense. It literally doesn't have to make sense to you. It doesn't have to make sense to you because it's not your body. Does that make sense? Was that good enough? MAGA heads? Was that good? Was that better? Why do you care? Why do you care? Especially for children. Why, like, and I'm not saying you shouldn't care more about children. I'm saying, like, their argument is they're going to have to do, like, gender verification checks. That's setting people up for sexual harassment, for statutory. Like, let's be so serious right now. We're trusting MAGA men to do mandatory gender identity checks. Like, there's no way that shit's happening. That's crazy. Anyways, sorry, I got off on a tangent right there, but yeah, I just find it interesting that we like everyone, not everyone, but a lot of people use gender affirming care in different ways. Or therapy, gender affirming therapy. I can't remember the term for it right now. HRT. What is it? Hormone. Okay. Hormone therapy. All of the therapies. You know what I'm saying? They're all being utilized though for just to help us abide to society standards of what our gender is, of what our sex is. And that's like crazy. That's crazy
But in
to
our
me.
homes,
It's like we're getting swindled into adhering to society. Even though we want to break free from the norms and like the normalization of the binaries. Like we're trying to break free of those binaries, and meanwhile we're like actively having to fight to adhere to them too. Like we're having to fight to be able to do things that make us feel more masculine or feminine depending on who we are and how we want to feel. It's preposterous. It's confusion. It's chaos. Thank you for the check-in. Hi, Dragon. Hello. How are you? It's wild how it comes in groups of... Wait. It's wild how powerful it is when groups of people agree on something made up. We then fight and love and create and raise kids all based on it. Wild. Yeah. And you're just forming other brains to think the same way you do. Of course, brains pick up things from everybody everywhere, so everyone's going to form their own opinion unless they're like, strict helicopter parents or whatever. But still, even then, like, people talk to people, kids talk to other kids, like, HRT, thank you. Hormone replacement therapy. I'm tired. How are you? I'm tired too, dude. I'm tired too. It's been quite a year so far. I hope you get some rest eventually.
I only got one. What's up with that? Would they go, oh, hey, we've got darker skin and we all live on the bad side of town where the houses aren't as nice? Why? Our social constructs have shaped our environment, which in turn reinforce our social constructs. I think that was an episode of Star Trek, actually. So we've identified this whole layer of reality, which really affects our lives, but which we seem to be just inventing, at least to some extent. So,
Yes.
what is going on?
Literally what I'm saying. Please.
If you ask 3 philosophers how social constructs work, you'll get 4 theories. So
I like the outfit
by a
changes
philosopher
that keep
called Oster,
happening.
which is
I'm
Icelandic,
here
so
for
changes in
that.
name. I chose it not because I have any particular attachment to it, but because I think it's interesting, and it'll give you a flavor for how philosophers tackle these questions. It goes like this. Suppose that you're watching a game of baseball, which, if you've never heard of it, is like cricket, but it's even worse. The guy who throws the
If you've
ball,
never heard of
the bowler, he throws it towards home wicket where the batsman is, and he hits
The
it. And
bowler?
the bowler has to throw the ball within a
Stop.
certain zone. And if he gets it in the zone and the batsman misses, that's called a strike. And if you get 3 strikes, then you're out. But it
Batsman.
has to be in the zone. If he throws it up here, then it doesn't count.
That's what
And if it's
baseball should be
close
called.
to the zone,
The
all
batsman and the
spectators go,
bowler.
Oh my god, is that a strike? And then the umpire has to decide. Oster says there are natural properties about the trajectory of the ball. She calls them underlying properties or base properties. So she's thinking more augmented reality than full VR. The umpire is trying to keep track of those underlying properties, and in order to do so, he confers the social property, being a strike, onto the pitch when he says, steer.
Why's he gotta be a
So
guy?
according to Oster, being a strike is a social construct that serves some
Oh, wait,
purpose in the game
'cause
by
baseball's
keeping
all
track
men.
of the ball's underlying properties. Similarly, on Earth 2, being a big is a social construct that serves a purpose in a social game by keeping track of people's height. Each of us has a lot of features, and only some of them matter socially in a particular context. Examples: I'm 168 centimeters tall and have shoe size 39. I have short hair and I'm wearing black pants. I speak
The
English with an
bowler?
Icelandic accent. I'm extremely nearsighted. Have moss
Wait, is that what people actually think it's called? It's called the pitcher. They're called pitchers. The umpire part was right, though. She got that right. Yeah, they're called pitchers, and it's called batters, not batsmen. The batsman.
Skin, breast, broad shoulders.
The batsman and the
Some of these
bowler is like a
features matter
cappuccino
socially
shop.
in the context. Others do not. What is it for a feature of you or me to matter socially in the context? The answer I give is a feature is socially significant in a context
brewery.
in which people taken to have the feature get conferred onto them a social status. That last bit is important. Baseball is one thing, people are another. Properties like being a woman, being a man, a mother, black, white, that's not a game. That's your life. Consider the property being cool in the context of a high school. If you're cool, you might be able to get away with stuff that other people can't. But at the same time, there could be expectations on you that might be stifling. It's a lot of pressure being cool. I imagine. It's pretty clear how you get a strike in baseball. It's less clear how you become cool, because there aren't really any rules. People just start treating you differently and you thereby acquire coolness. Nobody really decides it either. There's no umpire at the school gates going, you're cool. It's the community
You're
decides
cool.
to confer coolness on you, or not. Maybe even unconsciously. In baseball, the umpire
You're just
was
used to
trying keep
cricket.
track of
Oh!
the underlying properties of the
Wait, so it actually is kind of similar to cricket then, huh? IG IFA, what's up? Hey girl. Hey girl back. I'm just used to cricket. Yeah, so is that what they're called in cricket? Is the bowler? Well, first of all, we don't bowl the ball though. The pitcher like throws the ball. All the times I play baseball, bro, I have so bad and hand-eye coordination. Like, I've been to a batting cage. It was horrendous. Anyways, yeah, no. We don't bowl it. Do y'all bowl it for cricket? I have questions.
the ball's trajectory. On Earth 2, they were trying to keep track of the underlying property of height. But what is the underlying property of being cool?
Wait, they actually bowl it? They don't throw it?
Right? It's probably like a vague
So then the
bunch of
cricket
things, like wearing a white
batsman, like, hits it like a hockey puck? It's not like 10-pin bowling. Well, what is it bowling? Is it bowling in the air? No, it's throwing. Yeah, I was going to say, if it's bowling in the air, that's just throwing. It's called bowler. Yeah, interesting. A bowl is what I eat my cereal out of. I mean, I guess there also is bowling, like the sport. I do that as well. Abdulaziz, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. It's a specific technique. Look at the video. Are you serious right now? Okay, tangent really quickly. Bowler. The meanest ever bouncer? Wait, what does that mean? That's not a bowler. Is he a bowler? Oh, can you bounce it when you're bowling it? Wait, y'all can bounce it? Y'all can bounce for 2 cups, dog? Are you for real? That's crazy. Y'all can do a bounce. Stop. Do I like Marvel? Yes. Oh, no, we actually all hate it. Yes, I do like Marvel. Do you like Marvel? Is this guy about to bowl? Oh, why is he running? Wait, where are you going? Why are they so close? What? Why are they so close to each other? Also, bouncing it that close up is crazy. Like, you're allowed to do that?
Anybody can bowl quicker than that. I'd like to see him, but
Oh, and that's legal?
that is
That's not legal. Is that legal?
stood on first of shoulders. He might have been a chance of getting a glove on that.
No shot. That has to be a foul ball. How to put a reverse swing. How to bowl in cricket. I need to not see novice. I want to see professionals. I'm trying to see professional bowlers. Yo, he just... Did he not bounce it too? Oh, no. I guess it was just that curve down type beat. So, are y'all just constantly bunting the ball? Is that what cricket is? Just bunt and run? The old bunt and run. Wait, do y'all run? Are there bases? What's happening? What happens when you hit the ball? You just stay there. Wait, why are they staying? Oh, they have runners that run separately? There are separate runners. Wasn't he bowling though? Is the objective of cricket to throw the ball crazy? Or is it to hit the ball? I'm confused. It's a hard-ass ball though. It's very low down. You can hit the ball. It hurts. I mean, baseballs hurt too. It's the camera angle. It's not that close. Are you sure it looks really close? It looks really close. How far is it? People know what's going on right now in this game. After you hit, they run to where the bowler is and back. Wait. I thought the bowler was the one running. Oh, you mean like they have to run to where they already are? Which is what is happening. Yeah, but... Oh, like... Oh, wait. They keep cutting away right after, and I'm trying to see who's going to be running where, and I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, if he hasn't hit this, I really don't know quite how he's not out. Oh, dear. That really is...
Oh, you get out if you don't hit it? Oh, like a strike.
But Javagal Srinath was no less. The way he dismissed West Indies batsman Keith Hutherton left the world stunned. The batsman had no idea.
Is he wearing like a bucket hat? Is he wearing a freaking bucky right now? Chill vibes on the field. Oh, so they're striking them out. That's why they're not running.
Contest match, and Matt Fryer was clean.
Okay. Bowler cricket. I need to see like a successful... I'm just going to put cricket. I just realized I need to stop putting bowler because it's just showing me like crazy bowlers. Oh, okay. So that was like out. Over. Okay. I get it now. Good stuff. Okay, back to our video.
Clothes and having the right attitude, liking the right music.
They have to hit
It's not
3
really
things
set
behind the
list.
batter.
You
Oh
don't
my
have to
god,
have
it's like a
all of them. Philosophers actually
triathlon.
have a word for this vague bunch. It's called a homeostatic.
They're all getting bowled
property
out?
cluster.
No, it's called bowled out. When they get strikes, when they get 3 strikes, they get bowled out. I love that. Hey, that bowler just bowled me out, dog. I didn't even get a hit. He bowled me out. Those 3 wooden poles are the wicket the bowler is trying to hit. If the bowler hits it or the leg is in the way instead of the bat, the batter is out. Oh, that's cool. That's like a little, that's like an umpire, basically, but like sticks instead. Look up Brandon McCullum maybe later.
It comes from biology.
I'm done with cricket right now. Sorry. That was fun though. That was a fun detour.
Think about a word like mammals. Mammals have a whole bunch of properties. We have warm blood, we produce milk, we give birth to live offspring, and if an animal has enough of those properties, we say, okay, that's a mammal. But it's not a hard and fast list. The duck-billed platypus lays eggs, but it's definitely a mammal. Who decided that? Is there a platypus umpire? No, sadly. It's the community again, the scientific community. The philosopher Richard Boyd says the whole point.
Not to get existential even more, but like, this is just it's really opening Pandora's box of like, we named everything. Like, we named everything. And America, like, as humans, but also like America adopted some things, but really like tried to create a bunch of its own things. And over time, in different governments, different things pick up different meanings. And I know this is all sounding pretty vague, but it's supposed to, because everybody has their own system. Like, every country has their own system, whether it be better or worse than ours. And they were all constructed by people. And our people in this country just happen to think that the people who are now in charge just happen to think that they're the only ones that matter, and that they have no obligation to look out for the people of America. So that's where we're at right now. Anyways, let's bring it back.
Of classifying animals is to be able to predict and explain things about them. That's the science game, if you like. And that's why homeostatic property clusters are so useful. Properties in the cluster tend to occur together in nature, either because having one causes you to have the rest, or because there's some underlying mechanism that causes them to occur side by side. So, if you know that an animal has warm blood and gives birth to live offspring, you can predict X, Y, and Z about it because the properties tend to occur together.
Zed.
When European scientists first encountered the platypus, they were confused. Some people thought they were faking, others thought they belonged in a category all their own, until they realized they had so many of the other properties in the mammal cluster that if you want to win the science game, you've got to classify them as mammals. On Earth Zero, there are no mammals. They know about warm-blooded animals, yeah, but mammal is a social construct that we use to keep track of certain underlying properties. And on Earth Zero, they play the science game differently, so they don't use that social construct. On Earth Negative 1, they don't even have the underlying properties. They're all just like, bro, have you seen these things? These things are incredible. Remember earlier on, I was talking about how the high school community confers the property of coolness on you? Or the scientific community conferred the property of mammal on the platypus? What if
You're eating
communities
hot fries
disagree?
too?
What if someone was like,
Unite!
actually, the only important thing for
I love
deciding
that.
whether an animal is a mammal is whether or not it lays eggs? What if the animal
Our brain named
think that
itself?
you're really cool, but the Quidditch
What you
team
mean?
don't?
It said brain.
Are you cool
That's what my brain sounds like.
or not? Oshta says there is literally
Wait, what was her
actually
question?
the only important thing for deciding whether an animal is a mammal is whether or not it lays eggs. What if the anime club think that you're really cool, but the Quidditch team don't?
Then I'm watching
Are
anime,
you
dude.
cool?
I'm just kidding.
Or not? Oshta says there is literally no answer to that.
Coolness is in the eye
There are
of the
underlying properties about
beholder.
you, but the social property of coolness
Let's go.
and what exactly is in the cluster we're attempting to track depends on the game we're trying to play, which might not matter so much for being cool, but there could be some other social properties where it might really affect your life if somebody refused to confer them on you. We've been talking today about baseball and platypuses, but obviously what we're really talking about is sex and race and gender and all that good stuff. When I wrote the script, I deliberately went a bit more abstract with it because sometimes when we talk about social constructs, people get really angry. Like, remember earlier on, I talked about social constructs being full VR rather than augmented reality? That was a reference to a philosopher called Judith Butler. They wrote a famous book in the 90s called Gender Trouble, in which they argue that sex is a social construct, as opposed to a biological natural property. It's a pretty fascinating book. It spawned a lot of interesting philosophy. Maybe we could talk about it in detail another time. But people get so angry about it. Even today, people protest Judith Butler, which is wild. I mean, nobody ever protested Socrates. Everybody loved him. Unfortunately, some of the people who get angry about social constructs aren't really making a philosophical argument so much as they are trying to rationalize a dislike of trans people. Especially in my country, the debate about who does and does not have the property being a woman or being a man isn't really about metaphysics. It's just a kind of proxy way of deciding whether people like me get healthcare and human rights, which is a shame. I mean, I think this philosophy is kind of interesting on its own. I wish we could talk about it without that. I said up top that social constructs are built into our environment, and the way we think about our environment facilitates different kinds of engagement with it. For instance, say you take your car in to have the airbags replaced after they've gone off, and the mechanic says, "Why did the airbags go off?" And you say, "Well, an onboard sensor measured a deceleration of greater than average braking speed, and that sent an electrical current along a circuit to a heating element, triggering a chemical reaction, releasing nitrogen gas." The mechanic might say, "Okay, but why did the airbags go off?" And you say, "I had 19 pints and crashed into a wall." If you give that first explanation about sensors and nitrogen, well, then I guess we just have to throw another airbag. But if you give the second explanation about drunk driving, well, now we need to talk about your insurance. Depending on how you explain the problem, different solutions present themselves. When we talk about social constructs, the implication is that the constructs aren't fixed. We could change the stuff that we projected onto the world if we wanted to. At the very least, we could ask, why are we projecting this stuff? Whose interests does it serve? There's an inherent possibility of changing society here. which is therefore inherently political.
That is
And
such a big
can-
conversation that we're having now too, is like, who is telling us this stuff and why? Like, what is the motivation of the rhetoric that we hear growing up in the education system from our parents, from our parents' friends, from our parents' not friends, from literally everyone, like from our not friends, from our friends, like what's the motivation that the real conversations we have people are trying to give to us? Like, what's the message there? Like, is it to grow up and make money and be successful, or is it just to grow up and make money? Is it just to be happy? And what comes with those, like the growing up and making money, like the growing up and being obedient? Who benefits from that as a whole in the end of the day? Like, if you're taught to be disciplined and that's your parents' main goal is to make sure that I have a disciplined child, but they don't ask you your favorite movie, they don't spend time with you, they don't, you know what I mean? Like, if you're lucky enough to have parents around, like what does that mean? What does that mean for someone's growth and expansion? Like, what does that mean for what they think is important based on like how they're raised? Oh, to follow rules, to like do what I'm told so I don't get in trouble. That's what the education system teaches.
Can be pretty scary. For instance, consider that the gay rights movement in my country leant hard on the idea of born this way. The idea that homosexuality is innate and therefore can't be right or wrong. We can imagine that on Earth 3, they made a different argument. More like, whether it's innate or not, it's not the government's business. Like a personal freedom line. I'm not saying either approach is better. I'm just saying
And that
we
part-
can imagine a
and
world
that
in
part,
which
though.
the meaning of gay is socially constructed differently. But if you say to a gay person, hey, you know homosexuality?
Why did she speak so quickly? I'll bring it down to 125. My bad, dog. That's funny.
That's just a social construct. We might be like, whoa, what are you saying? Because
Everything
the
means
concept of gay
nothing,
rights
period.
is built on top of it. So it's worth remembering that we aren't really talking about baseball and platypuses. We're talking about people, and therefore questions of justice arise in how we should apply this metaphysics. If Oshta is right, and man and woman are socially constructed categories that we apply in order to track some underlying cluster of natural properties, we might then ask, if we're playing the justice game, what should be in that cluster? And separate but related question, what should the law say about it? I deliberately chose non-controversial examples today to help you get a grasp of the metaphysics without getting bogged down in questions of justice or pushing my own views. But it's worth remembering that that is an artificial separation. When you leave the classroom, politics and metaphysics will come at you at the same time. We're not just doing philosophy for the hell of it. We are tinkering with the engine of the world here. So drive safe.
I don't wanna feel this good just 'cause you called last night. I'm not that girl.
I like that person.
I don't wanna dress up for you.
Philosophy Tube! Rock on. And the music too, I'm dead. Alright. Did I see defending them? We already read this bullshit, right? Not me blocking that out immediately. No, what's this video?
Gender identity might be one of the most polarizing conversations that's happening on social media right now. In most countries, sex is defined as what you're physically born as, male or female. But gender identity can be much more fluid. A person can be born female and feel more comfortable or identify as male, or vice versa. I've been seeing a lot of young people all over the world from gender fluid societies talking about their traditions online. This is Geronimo from the Native American Navajo community in New Mexico.
She'e Francis Geronimo Louis, and I am Cherokee Apache born for Diné. I identify as a two-spirit individual. This is my backyard. There's a lot of trees, lots of cactus. There's some mountains over there.
Geronimo identifies as one of the 4 sacred and ancient gender identities from his culture.
We have masculine, 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 feminine, 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 masculine. Masculine, feminine is something that I gravitate towards both spiritually, mentally, physically, and emotionally. The word for masculine, feminine is nakle, someone who is male-bodied, has a feminine nature, or who also takes on the roles of a woman.
Oh, volume
and
up, my bad.
I take it quite literally sometimes. I can dress as a female, I can dress as a male. And traditionally, you're supposed to type in
Oh my god,
feminine.
wait.
Is one of the 4 sacred and ancient gender identities from his culture.
We have masculine, 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 feminine, 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 masculine. Masculine, feminine is something that I gravitate towards both spiritually, mentally, physically, and emotionally.
better?
The word for masculine, feminine is nakle, someone
that.
who is male-bodied, has a feminine nature, or who also takes on the roles of a woman and man. I take it quite literally sometimes. I can dress as a female, I can dress as a male. And traditionally, you're supposed to tie up your hair in its ears. So men's traditionally would be right here, and women's traditionally would be somewhere up here. We wear bandanas. I know that I'm a male, and I can take on the gender roles of a female. I weave, I cook, I clean.
8,000 miles away in India's capital, Delhi, gender has been more than just male and female for centuries.
Hi, Namaste. I am Leher. I am 23 and I was not born in a female body.
In 2014, the Supreme Court recognized a third gender.
I was assigned sex male at birth and I changed my gender medically. However, I'm not what in the Western terminologies you would call a trans woman or a transgender. In India, we're considered third gender or the sacred gender that has the power to bless or to curse. They're regarded as highly sacred and respectable. Gender has never been binary in India. It's always been very, very fluid, especially in Indian mythologies. We have scriptures that describe more than 20 to 28 genders. We have story of Shikhandi. Shikhandi was assigned female at birth. However, the person transformed themselves into a man to fight the Battle of Mahabharata.
Over in Australia, transgender people have had different names among Aboriginal communities. Kai identifies as a brother boy.
So a brother boy is a person that's been born female but has a male spirit or masculine spirit. Our understanding of being is so much more than a scientific definition of what is XX chromosome or XY chromosome. We can coexist, but doesn't mean that you should perpetrate hate and violence onto people that don't necessarily believe in the way
Don't forget
that
about
you
that
believe.
part.
However, Kai's journey hasn't been easy, as he still faces discrimination in his own community.
As someone that was born a woman and done women's stuff, and then transitioning into a man, you know, it's quite difficult at times to find your place as a person within my culture. And I think, yeah, I'm still on that journey.
And for many communities, the history of gender fluidity was lost with colonialism.
Sister Girls and Brother Boys history is difficult to document because of the effect of colonisation. There's been a lot of shame and stigma.
Pre-colonialism time, gender roles were actually widely accepted amongst my people and our tribe. These individuals who were called Two-Spirit were widely respected when colonialism started to happen. A lot of our people died and were murdered, and so a lot of the teachings and understandings of these people were lost. Forced assimilation, religious conversion all contributed to the idea that Two-Spirit individuals were bad people and they needed to go away. I face a lot of discrimination. It hurts my feelings.
Leher also believes that colonization has meant there's less acceptance of gender diversity in India.
Colonization is what has corrupted the mindsets of Indian folks that today are maybe transphobic or homophobic.
Increasingly, the question of gender identity is becoming much more than how you choose to self-identify.
It can decide whether or not you can access biologically divided spaces like toilets and aid shelters, and some sports.
But the question of who should have access to these spaces is one of the reasons why questions over gender has become so polarised in Western society.
Yet some people question the idea of gender and believe stereotyped ideas around masculinity and femininity are limiting. And in some other parts of the world, the idea of just male and female have been seen as an oversimplification.
Because it is. You're limiting an already made up structure. Like, even what the person who was giving their testimony said, that they, oh my god, I just lost my train of thought, sorry. I got distracted. But what she was just saying about, what was she saying? Her. I don't remember. But
Story of
she said that they had
Sikandi.
like 26 genders in Indian culture or something, and that is still, there's still like genders that have been, well, I don't want to speak on their culture actually, because I don't know how much of it is like science stuff and how much of it is like spiritual stuff, and like that's that. But what my point is that like our gender was made as a structure, and because of that, people think that it's real and it's like fact or it's science, but in fact it's not. It's been concocted over years, over like a long time ago, and there's like lots of studies on it, and there's different people that say different things that want like different messaging, but like science is science. And remembering that there are multiple sexes, even there are intersexes, like there are literally intersex people, like that's a real thing, is important and helpful, hopefully, if you have to have these conversations with people, because based on everything we've read today that Trump is trying to enact, he is, and also based on what he said at the inauguration, he is ready to basically marginalize trans people even more, and make sure that anyone who, well, I don't want to speculate on what he's going to do or how he's going to do it, but he's definitely said multiple times that there are only two genders. He's said those things and he's meant those things. Well, I don't know if he meant them either, honestly, because he does pander, he does manipulate, but sorry, that threw me off a little bit. Anyways, but yeah, that's what we had going on so far. That's all I really had planned, honestly. We can look up some more stuff, but I really was trying to look at the executive orders, that or the executive law, the orders that were put into place, like the Defending Women one. I don't know where the list of those are. Was that here, or was it in news? Maybe it was in news. Presidential actions. This doesn't feel like executive orders. Oh wait, yes it does. There were a couple that I wanted to see how they were. Oh, there's the Defending Women. Okay, yeah, this is keeping Americans safe in aviation. Are we gonna make Boeing start making their products correctly? Like, that's your buddy, right? The CEO of Boeing's probably like your bestie or something, Trump. Let me see. Let me see. I was looking for the one for being treated equally in schools. I mean, like, we already know the DEI one exists, but I do want to look at that one just for the wording of it. Against invasion, original subcommittees, death penalty. Ugh. Was it on the first page? This is crazy, by the way. What does this mean? Sorry, I'm just wondering if they're about to be like, it was all fake. The JFK assassination was fake. I feel like he's just gonna uncover some stuff that's actually true, but that does not. He's gonna do a whole bunch of stuff that makes it seem like he's a hero whenever he's also doing things simultaneously that are horrific and abhorrent. So we just have to keep our head, like, keep your wits about you, babe. These next 4 years are gonna be a lot. They're gonna be a lot. Executive 4 years, fingers crossed. Nominations transmitted to the Senate. Where did the one that I wanted go? Ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. Preferencing is a crazy word to use. Pot and kettle, but actually turns out you're the pot and the kettle, so that's crazy. The Biden administration forced illegal and immoral discrimination programs going by the name of DEI into virtually all aspects of federal government, in areas ranging from airline safety to the military. This was a concerted effort stemming from President Biden's first day in office, when he issued an executive order advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, providing federal aid to attempt to give back in an equitable way to underserved communities. That's what that was for. And he got rid of it pursuant to executive order and follow-on orders. Nearly every federal agency and entity is submitted by equity action plans to detail the ways that they have furthered DEI's infiltration of the government. The public release of these plans demonstrated immense public waste and shameful discrimination. Americans deserve a government committed to serving every person with equal dignity and respect. I don't believe that for a fucking second. The Management and Budget Office shall coordinate the termination of all discriminatory programs, including illegal DEI. Right off the bat, putting illegal in front of DEI just to really cement it into place. And calling it discriminatory, by the way. Mandates, policies, programs, preferences, and activities in the federal government, under whatever name they appear. To carry out this directive, the Director of OPM, with the assistance of the Attorney General, as requested, shall review and revise appropriate all existing federal employment practices, union contracts, training policies, or programs to comply with this order. Infiltrating like all angles of the workplace. That's crazy. Federal employment practices, including federal employment performance reviews, shall reward individual initiative, skills, performance, and hard work, and shall not, under any circumstances, consider DEI factors or goals. And there goes the equity right there. It's gone. Just forget about DEI. Not only are they not going to educate on diversity, equity, and inclusion, but they're also going to try to wipe it from our memories. Don't think about it. It never existed. Gaslighting us into believing that no progression was had, essentially. And that it's always been like this. And guess what? This isn't very good. Where we're at right now, racism is still very prevalent. Homophobia is still very prevalent. Transphobia, misogyny, they're all still here. So why are you trying to convince us that we were better before this? And with the help of this, we're still not even good. Like, with the help of the DEI in the past, while it's helped, I'm sure, it has helped. But now you're taking it away and being like, no, like, now everybody starting now gets an equal shot, which I don't even believe to be true. I don't believe that's actually going to be the case. Because all of the other systems around employment, outside of employment, integrate the idea that, or perpetuate the idea that, you know, well, they don't, gosh, it's indirect, right? The ways that different families with different class or different religion or different race or different ideals in a small town, they're all going to seem, I feel like I got off track with this point. Okay, hold on, let me go back to this. DEI being stripped is now just essentially not really erasing all the work that's done, but erasing the allowance for it to keep happening. And like, it where we were with the DEI implemented was still not even good. That's my point. Federal contractors who have provided DEI training and direct the deputy agency or department head to assess the operational impact, the number of new DEI hires, and cost of the prior administration's DEI and environmental justice programs, and recommend actions such as congressional. I just want to know what they're going to try to ask for in return for having more DEI practices in certain campuses for work. Like, if what their goal is in knowing how much change has happened through DEI. Like, what is the outcome in that scenario? What's the outcome in that scenario? Are you going to punish them more? Are you going to fire all of the people of color and all the gay people? Like, what are we talking about here? What is the point of gathering this information? If you're eradicating DEI, why retroactively gather information? Like, I don't understand. For what? To inform and advise the president so he may formulate appropriate and effective formulate appropriate and effective civil rights policies. Civil rights policies is crazy. This doesn't feel like civil rights. The assistant to the president for domestic policy shall convene a monthly meeting attended by the director of the OMB. He reports on the prevalence of the economic social costs of DEI. They're going to have meetings constantly, making sure that no DEI is being had, no education on any sort of anything, honestly. Societal structures outside of the super normal Christian American family values. Anything outside of that is not to be talked about, essentially. Not to be brought up as a reason for being mistreated in the workplace either, and will not be acted on if that's the case. So I don't even want to say what that means, because it's atrocious. There's already so much there's already so much ignorance. Actually, I don't even want to call it ignorance, because some people just don't know. Like, there's already so much that white people don't know about what people of color go through in the workplace. Like, there's already so much, and now you're trying to oppress that information or suppress that information even more to keep those people oppressed within the workplace, within the country, within the system. And pretending like it doesn't happen as a white person is truly the most selfish and disgusting thing that you can do. And like, I know that sounds harsh, but some people don't know that it's happening, and so there's that. But if people are telling you, I hope you have people of color in your life. Like, I hope you do. If people aren't telling you that, and you're listening to them say their experiences when they're already entrusting you as a white person with their experiences, first of all, you should be exceptionally honored to have their trust like that, but also believe them. Like, hear what they're saying, because you have never been in that situation. Like, we have never been in that situation. And it goes the same for gay people, obviously on a different scale and it's a whole different conversation. But as far as like going through things in the workplace, and a lot of people don't know about it, you can suppress you can hide your sexuality a lot easier too. You can't hide your race. Like, that's the right off the bat, the huge difference. But yeah, just wiping out any kind of, already in an ignorant country, wiping out different vessels of information and education when our education system's already struggling. It's harmful. It's harmful to our people, and they don't want us to be smart. They don't want us to be clued in about it. Of course they don't. Even before the oligarchy that we're in now, back when we had democracy, they didn't want us to know what was going on either. This has been coming. Like, this is the trajectory based on how the people in power have been acting for a while. Like, since Reagan, probably. No, before that probably. What am I saying? That's so crazy. This place was literally colonized. That's so funny. That part's not funny, but it's funny that I said since Reagan. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. I wanted to see. Those are right next to each other. Secretary of State. Did I just scroll past it on accident? I want to see the one for the education system. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. Putting people over fish. Over fish? Bro, no shot. That's what they're calling the title of it. Putting people over fish. Stop taking such radical stances on environmentalism. Stop trying to save the planet. What do you care about fish more than people? Bro is stupid. Securing our borders, protecting immediate realigning refugee admissions program, unleashing American energy, clarifying the military role, security clearances, holding. Oh my gosh. Withdrawing the United States from the World Health. This is crazy. This is crazy. Withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. We evacuated the WHO, bro. Like, I don't want to leave. Personally, I'd still like to be a part of the WHO. May I go back, please? Thank you so much. I would like to be in the know on the world health state. And I think it's really dumb and stupid silly to let go of that vessel of information. The United States noticed its withdrawal from the World Health Organization in 2020 due to the organization's mishandling of COVID-19. Who was president in 2020? Pandemic that arose out of... Okay, what the fuck, please. Please go to a part of this that makes sense. The United States intends to withdraw from the WHO. China of the population... Oh, wait, no, that's important. No, because I just didn't realize that that was racism happening. Hold on, my bad. Other global health crisis. A pandemic that arose out of Wuhan, China, and other global health crisis. Its failure to adopt urgently needed reforms, and its inability to demonstrate the independence from the appropriate political influence of WHO member states. In addition, the WHO continues to demand unfairly onerous payments from the United States, far out of proportion with the other countries' assessed payments. China, with a population of 1.4 billion, has 300% of the population of the United States, yet contributes nearly 90% less to the WHO. Well, maybe they're self-sufficient in their energy sufficiency. Maybe they don't need the WHO as much. Maybe the WHO needs them. Hold on. Let me see. Chinese WHO involvement. Wait, I just realized that putting WHO like that is just the word. Why do I not know how to look up stuff correctly? WHO, China. Percentage, travel advice statistics. No, I just want to know. Yes, I just want to know how involved they are with the WHO. I'm down the rabbit hole, dog. I'm down it. I need to know. I need to fact check. In China, the current population. Da 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 da. Yeah. Wait, is this for the WHO? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Damn. Health, life expectancy. Wait, the world. Oh, like everybody else. I don't know why I thought this was all within China, so I was confused why I said the world. Interesting. So while were going down, they're going down a little bit up here, but they were still like exponentially above us. And they contribute 90% less. Well, maybe they're more efficient than us. Maybe that's what it is, Trumpy. Old trumpet. Maybe they're just more efficient than us. Maybe they don't need as much money to get what they need to get done. You know? And therefore they don't have to pay as much. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just looking at the statistics here of us getting sick versus them. Their data looks a little bit better than ours, but of course we're grouped in here with the whole world, so, you know, there's that. Female, male total. Wow. I don't know, dude. 2050? Is that now? Are we there? Did we just jump? What happened? Population by sex and age in China? What's happening? Are they in a different year than us? Wait, there is a Chinese New Year. Wait, are they in a different year than us right now? Cool. Dun 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 dun. Time travel. Time travel. Time travel. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god, we're still in here now. United States of America. Wait, why are we above the world? Now I'm confused. Now I'm real confused. Life expectancy at birth? What is this page? I just wanted to know, like, how much money was being spent. Reference data. Yeah, I mean, they got what? They had like 1 billion? Is that what that said? And we have 343 million peeps. Ba, 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 ba. Oh. Oh no, that's what we were doing. This order is not intended to or does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, or agents, or other person. Unless you get sick. Unless there's a pandemic, then you're all on your own. Because the WHO ain't with us anymore. They said the WHO? Goodbye. Hiring freeze. Oh, that was for the bureaucrats, I think. Delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. In particular, the assault on plentiful, reliable American energy through... First of all, I gotta read the first paragraph. The first paragraphs that they've been putting have been crazy. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration's destructive policy, colorful language right off the bat, inflicted a historic inflation crisis on the American people. The Biden administration not only exploded government spending, artificially and unsustainably, which true, stimulating demand, but it simultaneously made necessary goods and services scarce through a crushing regulatory burden and radical policies designed to weaken American production. Hardworking families are overwhelmed by the cost of fuel, housing, and blah, 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 blah. Stuff we all already know. Yes, we're not able to purchase homes. $5,000 in cost, the average household. Wait, in some, unprecedented regulatory oppression from the Biden administration is estimated to have imposed $50,000 in cost to American household. What is that saying? Hi, Ryder! Thank you, CJ. I appreciate you. Oh, you missed the protection. Oh my gosh, sorry. I just realized that said that. Hi, Ryder. You missed the protecting women one. We can go like briefly read that one again. It's not protecting women, by the way. Look at all this valuable and interesting data at the ease of access and readability and the work. Yeah, literally. Look at all of the transparency that the WHO provides. And America was like, nah, we don't want any part of that. Actually, America wasn't, just Trump was. He doesn't want anyone else to have power outside of him. That's why they're getting rid of more bureaucrats. That's why he's going to reappoint everybody. That's why, you know, he's trying to cut ties with the alliances that we've made. He's like a whiny child. This one was crazy too. Here it is. Defending women from gender ideology, extremism, restoring biological truth to the federal government. This is what the protecting women one that wasn't protecting women is what I was talking about, microwave pork. It's essentially transphobic rhetoric written into law, where they are essentially trying to ensure that that trans women don't go to the bathroom with other people. Like, I don't really understand completely what the goals are besides disallowing the hormone replacement therapy and different gender affirming care. We had a whole conversation about this before when we were watching the video too. The not the last video we watched, but the one before that, where they were talking about the idea of gender versus sex and the metaphysics of it all, really breaking down like what is gender, what is sex, like, and then furthermore the metaphysics, meaning like, okay, so sex is female or male, which it's not, by the way. The other video we saw talked about how there are intersex people, there are many different genders, and there are many different sexes. So if people want to make the argument that science is science and man and women, there's only one and there's only two genders, like, that's already not correct. That's not scientific. So this was talking about disallowing government programs to aid in the assistance of gender affirming care, essentially. I guess we actually didn't finish reading it now that I'm thinking of it, because I think I got mad and switched pages. Yeah, let's finish reading this. That was a good catch, actually. So we got to, wait, did we read any of this at all yet? What the heck? I thought we read the whole thing. In any provision of this order, the application of provision in circumstances held in. No, we did not. What page do we read then? We read the one above it, the DEI one, and then we read all of the... Okay, whatever. Let's do this one. We read the first paragraph. This is wrong efforts to eradicate the biological reality of sexual... Yeah, bullshit. Okay. This unhealthy road is paved by an ongoing and purposeful attack against the ordinary long-standing use and understanding of the biological and scientific terms, replacing the immutable biological reality of sex with internal fluid and subjective sense of self unmoored from the biological facts. Again, going back to the fact of it all, they're not facts. There are more than two sexes as well. Not facts. Invalidating the true and biological category of woman improperly transforms the laws and policies designed to protect sex-based opportunities into laws and policies, undermine them, replacing long-standing, cherished legal rights and values with an identity-based, inchoate, social concept. Accordingly, my administration will defend women's rights and protect freedom of conscience by using clear and accurate languages and policies that recognize men are biologically female and women are biologically female and men are biologically male. Policy and definitions. It is the policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female. These sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce all sex positive or sex all sex protective laws to promote this reality, and the following definitions shall govern all executive interpretation and application of federal law and administration policy. I'm scared. All right. A. Sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification of either female or male. Sex is not a synonym for and does not include the concept of gender identity. Women or women, girls or girl, woman shall mean adult and juvenile. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna fucking read I'm not even gonna read this shit out loud. You can see it. The large reproductive cell. Male means that they produce the small reproductive cell. Gender ideology replaces the biological category of sex with an ever-shifting concept of self-assessed gender identity, permitting the false claim that males can identify and thus become women and vice versa, and requiring all institutions of society to regard this. Gender ideology is internally inconsistent in that it diminishes sex and as an identifiable or useful category, but nevertheless maintains that it is possible for a person to be born with the wrong sex body. Gender ideology is internally inconsistent in that it diminishes sex and as an identifiable. Oh my god, wait. So it's saying that gender ideology like confuses people into not knowing who you really are whenever that is who you really are. That doesn't make sense. That makes no sense. This is so upsetting. We live in hell. Literally got a message from my doctor saying today he pre-approved my next 4T prescription pills just in case. Oh my god, bro. I can't believe that shit. I'm so sorry, Baba. I'm so sorry that he has to, like, that you and your doctor, that he and his doctor have to, like, coordinate just in case shit hits the ceiling. Like, it already has. Like it hit the fan. Like, this right here, like, this is the most transphobic shit I've ever seen written into law. It is disgusting. It's not inclusive. It's not even taking into consideration the impact that it will have on the people that it's talking about, obviously. And also the confusion that they're trying to correct is, again, trying to put us back in those binaries that we have tried for so long to break out of. The binaries that were created in this, not created in this country because, you know, England exists or whatever, but like that has been around not forever, and that is in fact a construct, and even the sex of it is not Bible. Like, it's just not. There are more than two sexes. There are more than two genders. And guess what? None of it's fucking real. None of it's real. It's all made up. We all just made it up for funsies. So why do you care? If we're going off the Bible. No, we weren't. I just meant Bible like it's true. Like it's, which the Bible's not true. Some of it is not. It was translated multiple times over a long, long period of time by many different people in power, and that tried to use religion to persuade and control people, and then also by people that were really wanted the best for people. But the Bible has been tugged back and forth between all kinds of groups of people. So that's not even true. So like the Bible's not even true is what I'm saying. Like, obviously there are parts of it that are probably like did happen. They say he's the flesh of all men and women and therefore do not, not cis. Oh yeah, I would believe that. Yeah. the people that like are obsessed with Christianity in a way that like makes them hate other people for no reason also don't want to accept that Jesus was like against everything they stand for. And also not white. Also not white. Yeah. Gender ideology replaces the biological category of sex, an ever-shifting concept. No, I'm not reading that sentence again. Gender identity reflects a full internal subjective sense of self, disconnected from biological reality and sex, and existing on infinite continuum that does not provide a meaningful basis for identification and cannot be recognized as a replacement for sex. So what they're saying is, you can identify however you want to, but we have your records. And that's what we're actually going to consider you as. Pronouns are cute and all, but at the end of the day, if you're a trans woman, you're in fucking danger if you have to go, like, a lot of places. A lot of places, because you're going to be subjected to being shoved in with men in vulnerable positions because of some fucking doctor whenever you were born. Like, that's what that means, amongst a lot of other things, obviously, a lot of other impacts that will have. Recognizing women are biologically distinct from men within 30 days of the date this order. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall provide the U.S. government external partners and the public clear guidance expanding on the sex-based definitions set forth in this order. Each agency and all federal employees shall enforce the laws governing sex-based rights, protections, opportunities. It's so crazy that they're using such positive words for such negative law, for such negative wording, for such oppressive and transphobic wording. Like, there's no other words. Each agency should therefore give the term sex, male, female, men, women, and girls the meaning set forth in section 2 of this order when interpreting or applying statutes, regulations, or guidance in all other official agency business, documents, and communications. When administering or enforcing sex-based distinctions, every agency and all federal employees acting in an official capacity on behalf of their agency shall use the term sex and not gender. Now they're telling us what words we can and can't use. In all applicable federal policies and documents. Words that are destroying lives, literally. My friend literally shifted to Canada because of the orange idiot. Yeah, I mean, like, oh, what's up, Damika? How are you? It's been so long. If they care so much about biology, let biologists, doctors decide about it. They believe in multiple sexes. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, biologists did study it. They do know. They're like, there are more than two sexes. Factually. Based on the science that we as a society have created, being on this planet, there are more than two sexes. You're just wrong. Like, you're just making shit up, Trump. You're just making it up. I'm a closeted trans woman who is close to being ready to come out, but at this rate, it may have to wait another 4 years. And I'm so deeply sorry that you feel that way and that you're actually scared to be yourself in public. That is the opposite of what this country claims to stand for. And yeah, sending you so much love, dude. Literally. Oh my God. Okay. Each agency and all federal employees shall enforce laws governing sex-based right. Oh yeah. We read that stupid part already. When administering or enforcing sex-based distinctions. Oh yeah, that's where they use the sex instead of gender. Not allowed to use gender for filling out forms and stuff like that. Only sex. And they'll check it. The Secretaries of State and Homeland Security and the Director of Office of Personnel Management shall implement changes to require that government-issued identification documents, there it is, including passports, visa, and global entry cards, reflect the holder's sex as defined under section. And the Director of the Office of Personnel Management shall ensure that applicable personnel records accurately report federal employees' sex as defined. Make sure that they accurately report this shit that we made up. Make sure that their reports accurately report this stuff that's not real, so that we can tell them what they are or aren't based on what we want them to be. Land of the free. Agencies shall remove all statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other internal and external messages that promote or otherwise enculate. Does that make it like... I actually do want to know what that word means, because... Is inspect to give me the definition? No, bitch, I don't want the code. What? Instill an attitude or idea. Oh. Oh. And shall cease issuing such statements, policy. So, agencies shall remove statements, policies, regulations, forms, or otherwise perpetuate the gender ideology or describe it, and shall cease issuing such statements, policies, and regulations, forms, communications, or other messages. Agency forms that require an individual's sex shall list male or female and shall not request gender identity. Agencies shall take all necessary steps as permitted by law to end federal funding of gender ideology. So, if Hegseth gets his way and women are out of the military, and then there's a draft, the prior administration argued that the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock v. Clayton County, which addressed the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, requires gender identity-based access to single-sex spaces under, for example, Title IX of Educational Amendments Act. This position is legally untenable and has harmed women. Wait. Are they saying that these have harmed people? Those are... Title IX is what's kept people safe, what's kept women safe on college campuses. I mean, on, everywhere that Title IX is enacted. Yes, Cuddly Ryder. Oh, Pete. You spelled his username wrong, but I'm sure he sees it. Yeah, and Ryder is one of, Ryder is fucking incredible also, by the way. I love you with all my heart. I was going to say he's one of my IRL friends, and I love you. You have so much love. I know for a fact you have people around you that love you. And you are very seen, and I hate this. I hate this so much. The Attorney General shall therefore immediately issue guidance to agencies to correct the misapplication of the Supreme Court's decision of Bostock v. Clayton County, which I want to look up that case in a minute, to sex-based distinctions in agency activities. No, I want to look it up right now. Because what do you mean by that? Oh, that protects employees against discrimination because of sexuality or gender identity. Right. So that's harmed women, so they're getting rid of that. So now women will be safer in the workplace now that they have no protection. In addition, the Attorney General shall issue guidance and assist agencies in protecting sex-based distinctions, which are explicitly permitted under constitutional and statutory precedent. Federal funds should not be used to promote gender ideology. Each agency shall assess grant conditions and guarantee preferences and ensure grant funds do not promote gender ideology. Bro, grants? This is the same shit they were saying for DEI, by the way. Yeah, you can post links. You should be able to, especially, right? We're going to have to be very selective about the communities we engage in. Exactly. They want women in the draft, apparently. Exactly. Like, you obviously want women in the draft. You just don't want Pete to know that they're there. You don't want him. He doesn't understand. Pete Hegseth doesn't understand a rock from a stone, dog. Like, he doesn't. Nah. Federal funds. Yeah, this is what they were saying about the DEI stuff, too. Like, the grants that have helped marginalized communities get a higher education because of the lack of funding in their area or the systematic, you know, I you know, there's just a lot of there's a lot of different lives that people live in this country, and it's so disheartening and like shocking to me when people knowing that and claim boiling pot and claim, like, I mean, boiling pot, that was like talks of in 2015, 2016. Nobody's thought this country was a boiling pot since then, right? It's a huge system that's been created to benefit a certain type of person. And that same type of person is also telling other people like them that this is the way that it goes. Like, this is the way it should be. For this instance, you know, like, we're protecting women. We're protecting you guys. Like, don't worry. We, as in, like, a bunch of white men, the scariest people of all to us, women, we're protecting you. Oh, okay. Bet. No, for sure. No, for sure. I'm so relieved that women are now safe to perform traditional gender roles that these old motherfuckers want to push on them. No, it's truly, like, it's like that. They say George Lucas was a bad writer. Yeah. Yeah, this shit does not slap. So disallowing for there to be like, oh, the women in film grant, like the women in STEM grant for like each area. None of that. Nope, none of that. But they would make 2 different grants for that too sometimes, because they would have like a guy's one too. And while that's still like adhering to the gender norms, are we surprised? Everyone's been doing it for forever. It's annoying. However, there was at least more opportunity for grants. Privacy and intimate spaces. The Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security shall ensure that males are not detained in women's prisons. Oh my God, bro. That part is actually so crazy. Like, that part scares me so much. Because that's just like 2 very different environments. And like, I'm actually anti-incarceration, so all of it in general is already sad. Okay. The Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security shall ensure that. Yeah, we already read that part. The Secretary of Housing and Urban Development shall prepare and submit for notice and comment rulemaking a policy to rescind the final rule entitled Equal Access in accordance with the individual's gender identity and community planning and development programs of September 21, 2016, and shall submit for public comment by policy a policy protecting women seeking single-sex grape shelters. Protecting rights. Agencies shall effectuate this policy by taking appropriate action to wait. Urban development shall prepare and submit for notice. Oh, okay, so like women's shelters. Yeah, this is that part, which is insane. Like, all women need shelters, all of them. That's crazy. The Attorney General shall ensure that the Bureau of Prisons revises its policies concerning medical care to be consistent with this order, and shall ensure that no federal funds are expended for any medical procedure, treatment, or drug for the purpose of conforming an inmate's appearance to that of the opposite sex. So, no getting hormones in prison anymore. Agencies shall effectuate this policy by taking appropriate action to ensure that inmate spaces designed for women, girls, or females, or for men, boys, or males are designated by sex and not identity. Just eradicating the word gender completely from that now. That's what they did. The Attorney General shall issue guidance to ensure the freedom to express the binary nature of sex and the right to single-sex spaces in workplaces and federally funded entities covered by Civil Rights Act of 1964. In accordance with that guidance, quick refresher. Whoa, not on the whole thing. Quick refresher. Outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. In accordance with that guidance, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Labor, the General Counsel, and the Chair of Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and each other agency head with the enforcement responsibilities under the Civil Rights Act shall prioritize investigations and litigation to enforce the rights and freedoms identified. So that one still exists, at least. He didn't repeal that act. Cuddly Ryder, thank you for the 40 bits. I love you, Baba. We live in a dumpster fire, but at least we have each other, truly. You need a shower? Go get on stanky. All my sisters, gay and cis, are some straight up bosses, though. I'm confident that there's no going back and we will be heard. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shit's about to get started. Within 30 days of the date of this order, the Assistant to the President for Legislative Affairs shall present To the President, proposed bill text to codify the definitions within definitions in this order. They want this shit codified in 30 days. And what if it doesn't get codified in 30 days? Agency of implementation and reporting within 120 days of the date of this order. Each agency head shall submit an update on implementation of this order to the President, though the Director of the Office of Management Budget. That update shall address changes to the agency documents, including regulations, guidance forms, and communications made to comply with this order, and agency imposed requirements the federally funded entities including contractors to achieve the policy of this order. Sorry, that was probably really loud. I'm trying to get to the minutia of this. The requirements of this order supersede the conflicting provisions in any previous executive orders, including but not limited to these orders that probably have so many things to do with like LGBTQ rights, honestly. These executive orders are hereby rescinded, and the White House Gender Policy Council established by executive order is dissolved. Each agency shall promptly rescind all guidance and documents inconsistent with the requirements of this order or the Attorney General's guidance issued pursuant to this order. Wait, each agency head shall promptly rescind all guidance documents inconsistent. Oh. Or the AG's guidance issued pursuant to this order rescind such documents that are consistent in such manner. The White House Toolkit on Transgender Equality, of course, right off the bat. The Department of Education's guidance to documents including 2024 Title IX regulations, pointers for implementation, gone. U.S. Department of Education Toolkit creating inclusive and non-discriminatory school environments for LGBTQ students, gone. U.S. Department of Education supporting LGBTQI plus youth and families in school. Literally everything supporting and propping up and helping reach equitability for like literally queer people, like, and transgender people, like just everybody outside of straight cis people. Like all of these resources that have been implemented into the education system over the years. Letters to educators on the Title IX 49th anniversary, supporting transgender youth in school, supporting intersex students, a resource for students, families, and educators. People that did not like, that literally didn't have control, which I'm obviously like, I mean this in the most physical way possible, but like that didn't have control of what body parts they have. Nobody had control over that at the beginning, at conception, you know. But where did everything just go? Oh, there it is. All of my screens disappeared. What's happening? Wait, what? Pete! Thank you! Pete the Sneak with the 500 bits cheered. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was very kind of you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you stuck through it for the non-Marvel Snap content. Confronting anti-LGBT, sorry, put the microphone over here. Confronting anti-LGBTQI plus harassment in schools, a resource for students and families, gone. Enforcement of the Title IX education amendments with respect to discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity in light of Bostock versus Clayton County. Back to school message for transgender students. Equal employment opportunity commissions. General provisions. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof, the functions of the director of the office management and the budget relating to budgetary administration, legislative proposals. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the availability of appropriations. So the executive branch or the head of the Office of Management and Budget, not even like all the legislative branch, just the head of it, because he's going to put someone in that place. I can't even remember what dildo he's putting in that position, but that's what 1 and 2 are right there. It's like all of it goes through us, I guess, which I don't know why budgetary and administration processes need to have anything to do with gender identification or sexual orientation, or like, what are we talking about here, bro? You don't give queer people money anyways. Like, what's the budget department there for? This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the availability of appropriations. Yeah. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit substantive or procedural enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies or entities, its officers, employees or agents, or any other person. What a weird thing to put at the end. What a weird thing to put at the end. This is, hey, by the way, what we're doing here, this is not supposed to benefit anybody, okay? We're not giving anybody rights here. Just wanted everyone to know that on the way out. Just wanted everyone to really let that sink in. Not giving away rights here. Nope. In the land of the free? Free to do what? Shut up? Free to get back to the kitchen because I'm a woman? If any provision of this order, application of this provision to any person or circumstance is held to be invalid, the remainder of this order and the application of its provisions to any other persons or circumstances shall not be affected thereby. I love Marvel Snap, but this is so much more important. No, truly. Yeah. So, there you have it. There you have it. So for anyone that was doubting that Trump was really meaning what he said when he said there were only 2 genders, he put an entire law into place with many different weird laws, including not using the word gender in any official stance. Only sex. Like, word policing. That's very weird. That's very odd for a free country with freedom of speech. Let's read one more. Let's read one more and then maybe we can, like, watch a fun video at the end. Like a good one. Or we can make fun of Republicans. Sorry, not Republicans. MAGA people. Or we can do that. We can watch some crazy videos at the end. That might be horrible, though, because they're everywhere now. Okay, Unleashing American Energy. Let's see. This is crazy. Restoring freedom of speech. Initial recessions of harmful and executive orders. I did want to read about, like, the deportation terrorism that they're doing or planning to do as well. Flying the flag of the United States at full staff on Inauguration Day. Did they do that? Even though Jimmy Carter died? Did they do that? Have you already talked about the thing he did where he basically rescinded a ton of government job offers and MAGA idiots are losing their minds because they fucked around and now they're finding out? Oh, I believe... Wait, are you talking about how they just stopped hiring the bureaucrats for, like, his cabinet, essentially? Because we did talk a little bit about that. How he's just trying to, like, eliminate the voices around him. And it's just, like, him and then his devout supporters. Petition... Wait, what are you talking about? Petition for this exact microphone to be used for all political rallies. We don't play, we gonna rock till the wheels fall off. Yeah. Doggo. Oh, yeah, she's just there. She's just there. I think, we're gonna read this one. Because I am curious how taking away freedom of speech is making sure that we have freedom of speech. And also ending federal censorship when in a previous executive order you just told us to stop using the word gender as an actual classification for our sex when that's what it means. Okay. Talk about federal censorship. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution, an amendment essential to the success of our republic, enshrines the right of the American people to speak freely in the public square without government interference. Over the last 4 years, the previous administration trampled free speech rights by censoring Americans' speech online platforms, often by exerting substantial coercive pressure on third parties, such as social media companies, to moderate, deplatform, and otherwise suppress speech that the federal government did not approve. Starting like that is crazy when you're trying to talk about getting rid of federal censorship. Ending federal censorship. Okay, I just had to read that again because what do you mean that they did not approve? And why do you need to approve that? And you're saying that Twitter was like banning people off for hate speech before it was bought by Grumpleskiltskin, and now they should not have been able to do that, ban like hate speech and because freedom of speech. I disagree with that, by the way. I do believe in freedom of speech, but I do think that also recognizing marginalized societies and how just like we made hate crimes illegal, online hate crimes should also be illegal. Don't punch down. It's that simple. Like, it's that simple. Live by the law of comedians, please. Freedom of speech as long as you're not, like, bullying people who have less power than you. That's when you should get in trouble. And you still had the freedom to say it. But I also have the freedom to like deck you in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? So like you have to take it from both sides, like both perspectives. Under the guise of combating misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, fake news, the federal government infringed on constitutionally protected speech rights of American citizens across the United States in a manner that advanced the government's preferred narrative about significant matters of public debate. Government censorship of speech is intolerable in a free society. It is policy in the United States to secure the right of the American people to engage in constitutionally protected speech, ensure that no federal government officer, employee, or an agent engages in or facilitates any conduct that would unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American citizen. Ensure no taxpayers' resources are used to engage in or facilitate any conduct that would unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American citizen, and identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct by the federal government related to censorship of protected speech. Huh? That would unconstitutionally abridge the free speech of any American? Doesn't that mean like connect them? Identify and take appropriate action to correct past misconduct by the federal government related to censorship of protected speech. Ending censorship of protected speech, no federal department, agency, entity, officer, employee, or agent may act or use any federal resources in a manner contrary to Section 2 of this order. Yeah, okay. So he's claiming like nothing's changing. Ending censorship of protected speech. Oh yeah, we just read that. And then here are the stipulations. The Attorney General, in consultation with the heads of executive departments and agencies, shall investigate the activities of the federal government over the last 4 years that are inconsistent with the purposes and policies of the order and prepare to report and be submitted to the President through the Deputy Chief of Staff for policy with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions to be taken based on the findings of the report. So again, this is the same stuff with the DEI where they're going to be like retroactively go figure out how much of this freedom of speech has been violated in the last 4 years. Bring it back to me with like changes. But I don't think that's going to be the case because freedom of speech has like, I don't really think freedom of speech has been a huge issue. I feel like most of the time like people have freedom of speech. Obviously like people retaliate and like bad things happen, but I'm saying for the most part like our freedom of speech has never been jeopardized until now, in my opinion, or from what I know. The Attorney General, in consultation with the heads of executive departments and agencies, shall investigate the activities of the federal government. Oh, we just read that. What the fuck? General provisions. Nothing in this order shall be constructed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof. So is he saying this is for y'all though, not me? But he has freedom of speech too, actually, so never mind. Oh, wait, no, he's allowed to, because they're the federal government, they're allowed to take stuff get you in trouble for freedom of speech. The government is, which is like kind of always been a thing, but that's what he said at the top that he was going to not do anymore. Ending federal censorship. But you're saying that you're allowed to, and you're allowed to censor people because you're the president, which is, last time I checked, a part of the federal government. No? The functions of the director of the Office of Management, budget relating to budgetary administration or legislative proposals. Okay, so they can also do what they need to do to censor what they need to censor. Those people listed. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the availability of appropriations. This order is not intended to create any right or benefit, blah, 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 the same thing. So exhausting. Can you yell at my coworkers, please? Yes. About what? What are they wrong about? Basically, a bunch of people who got jobs in the IRS and VA were supposed to start like next week. Yeah, that's crazy. And their job offers were rescinded because he put some law into place. I think I know which one you were talking about. I think that must be the one that we read all of the executive orders first that he was revoking, and that was one of them, was hiring new bureaucrats for the foreseeable future. Everything. Show them the videos we watched. Or just show them a part when I'm yelling at them at the videos, and then be like, that's for you. You know what I'm saying? All the sass that I gave throughout the stream, that was for them. Declassification of records. Yeah, having this at the top is so crazy. Why is this in all caps? That's wild. You don't even believe in science, Trump. We're not going to read it, but I am going to at least show you it because since you brought it up, we might as well. The federal hiring process, here we go. Wait, reforming. More efficient. They're making the recruitment and hiring process more efficient. Federal government. Wait. Maybe that wasn't it. From foreign terrorists. Oh my gosh. Protecting the American people from the invasion. Like, this shit is so... the words they use are so, like, they're fear-mongery. They're, like, they're inciting fear. Invasion? Against invasion? Protecting the people from, like, invasion of who? The are you talking about? The only invasion we have is Mr. Musk. That's who I feel invaded by. Like, take him back to his country, honestly. Or maybe don't. Maybe don't do a disservice to South Africa like that. Maybe take him back to his original country, where he's actually from. Oh my god, bro. Thanks for the check-in, Scorp. Send Elon home. Send Elon home. Reevaluating and realigning the foreign aid. Withdrawal of other areas. No. Putting people over fish. Stopping radical environmentalism to provide water to South California. Okay, SoCal actually does have its water wrapped up, but it's in the freaking hands of billionaires, so that's his people. Like, the frick are you talking about? Are you going to buy it from the Resnicks? Are you going to buy the water from them? And then, like, own it for yourself? Because I guarantee you he's not going to give that shit back to us. Securing our border, protecting the medium, realigning. Maybe it was that one that we read. Withdrawing from the WHO, putting America first. Oh my god. International environmental agreements, which, by the way, we removed ourselves from. Return to in-person work. Gross. Hiring freeze. Hiring freeze. Here it is. On the hiring of federal civilian employees to be applied throughout the executive branch. As a part of this freeze, no federal civilian position that is vacant at noon on January 20th, 25 may be filled, and no new position may be created except as otherwise provided for this memorandum or other applicable law. Except as provided below, this freeze applies to all executive departments and agencies regardless of their sources of operational and programmatic funding. That's crazy. You're only 6K away from being able to snap me. I believe in you. I believe in you. You can do it. I might lower the prices. Since inflation in the real world's so high, I might take those channel point redeems down a little bit. Don't worry. Get some deflation in this hoe. This order does not apply to a military personnel. Oh, it doesn't apply to the military, guys. Don't worry. The military can do whatever they want. Here's all the money. Do you want more money? Do you want more money, military? Do we want more money? Because then you can hire whoever you want with the money. And then you can, when they're done serving you and their country, then you can send them back home with absolutely nothing to their name and not help them at all. Does that sound like a good idea? Do you like that, military? Yeah, you do? Great. This order does not... Yeah, whatever. Wait. This order does not apply to military personnel or of the armed forces or to position... Oh, related to immigration enforcement. Yeah, okay. Moreover, nothing in this shall adversely impact the provision of Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits. In addition, the Director of the Office of Personnel Management may grant exceptions from this freeze where those exemptions are otherwise necessary within the 90 days. They have 90 days to implement it. Wait, implement what? Just not doing anything? Oh, they're trying to reduce the size of the federal government's workforce through efficiency improvements and attrition, which means that he's probably going to put Elon Musk in charge of that. Maybe. Because that's the Department of... Oh, my, there it is! Oh, there's the D word. Bro, no. This is such a joke. This is a funny, silly joke. This is not real. No way you just wrote Doge on the White House page. They're submitting a plan to make it more efficient, which means he's going to be in charge of how the IRS is run. I wonder how those billionaires are going to get all those tax cuts legally and ethically while being directed by a billionaire. That's interesting stuff, dude. Interesting stuff. How will they ever get it done? Upon issuance of the OMB plan, hello? This memorandum shall expire for the executive departments and agencies within the exception of the Internal Revenue Service. This memorandum shall remain in effect for the IRS until the Secretary of the Treasury, in consultation with the Director of the OMB and the administration of the USDS and of Doge, probably, I don't know, I'm just guessing, determines that it is in the national interest to lift the freeze. So, wait until told otherwise. I bet he'll name it X-Force. He's a child. I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing expedites efficiency like more bureaucracy. Right. Just added bureaucracy on top of it. And also, not hiring anyone to get anything new done. Hoping that the same amount of people can get the same amount of stuff done. Or the same amount of people can get more stuff done. Like... Think about how many people have probably like quit the IRS or something, and it's tax season, baby. Like, it's not actually tax season, but we're getting there. We're almost there. Like, people are already submitting their taxes. They're already like finishing up that 2024 wrap up. Like, and that's when you decide to shut this shit down. That's crazy. Like, there's still people working there, of course, but people probably left, and they can't hire anybody based off stipulation alone, like even if they need it for the same things that already exist in the system. That's what it's saying so far. Contracting outside the federal government to circumvent the intent of this is prohibited. In carrying out this memorandum, it is random, the heads of executive departments and agencies shall seek efficient use of existing personnel and funds to improve public services and the delivery of these services. Interesting. Accordingly, this memorandum does not prohibit making reallocations to meet the highest priority needs. Oh. The heads of executive departments and agencies shall seek efficient use of existing personnel and funds to improve public services. I'm reading it again. They're allowed to seek efficient use of existing personnel and funds to improve public services and the delivery of those services, but they can also reallocate those funds, meaning they can actually just put those funds elsewhere. They don't actually have to improve public services if that's not the highest priority. You know, what is the highest priority if that's not it? I'm confused. Maintain essential services and protect our national security, homeland security, and public safety. What that means is more money to fucking cops. That's literally what they just said. What? They could reallocate the needs of public services to pay national security, homeland security, public safety. Public safety is the police force. That's what they call the police force. Like, who keeps us safe? The police. Not true, obviously. But that's what the legislation is trying to get at without actually saying we're going to give more money to the police. This memorandum does not limit the nomination and appointment and appointment of officials to positions requiring presidential appointment or Senate confirmation. The appointment of officials to non-career positions in the senior executive, I almost said senior, executive service or to Schedule A or C positions in the accepted service. Why is that capitalized? I'm so confused. The appointment of officials through temporary organization, hiring authority pursuant to Section 3161 of Title V, United States Code. The appointment of any other non-career employees or officials if approved by agency leadership appointed by the president. So anyone that can get hired outside of all of these stipulations can only get hired by the president, is what I'm seeing. Moreover, it does not limit the hiring of personnel where such a limit would conflict with applicable law. Wait, what? It does not limit the hiring of personnel where such a limit would conflict with applicable law. Right. That part doesn't make sense to me. Does not limit the nomination and appointment of officials to positions requiring presidential appointment or Senate confirmation. The appointment of officials is a non-career position. The appointment of officials to non-career positions in the senior executive office or to Schedule A or B positions, non-career positions. So like interns, temporary positions. Is that what they're talking about? Contract positions? They can hire people to do contract work. Or he can. Huh. This memorandum does not abrogate any collective bargaining agreement in effect on the date of this memorandum. Oh my gosh, dog. Like, shit is so exhausting, honestly. This is so exhausting. I don't even know, like, you know, when we, and then just like, you know what I'm saying? How is this the timeline we lived in, like, or live in? Truly. How did we jump here? I want to jump back. I want to go back to the other one. The other one when in 2016 we were flying high, baby. We were headed down the good timeline. And now we ended up here. Sucks we gotta wait though. My hope is that the people will be upset by the oppressive policies that we play the Uno reverse card and finally get a female president in 2028. Now I hope so too. I hope so too. I truly think that to get to some of the people that have still not been affected or even like looked twice, there's so many uneducated people in this country, and it's not entirely their fault sometimes, because of the education system that we uphold in this country and the lack thereof. I love you too. Where'd you get those earrings? I want to gift them. I don't remember, honestly. I've had these for a really long time. I've had these like since college. I don't remember. Probably like Buffalo Exchange though. That's where I get a lot of my earrings. Which means who knows where they're actually from. Historically, when leaders try to subjugate the populace, there is an equal and opposite backlash. No, truly. But with that, my fear is that the backlash will come after a lot of treacherous heartache. And that's the part that I'm worried about. The in-between. The in-between. And I think that's what everyone's probably worried about. That's worried because it's scary right now. It's tricky. It's scary. We don't know what's going to happen. It's unprecedented. It's all those words. But like, it's clearly not getting better at this moment in time. So it kind of just feels like, at what point will people start to actually wake up? You're saying you're not in college? Ha 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 ha. No, I'm not. I already graduated. What we gotta remember is that love lifts up everyone and that hateful eat their own. Yeah. We will outnumber them eventually. We already outnumber them. Oh, you mean MAGA people. Yeah, no, I think like unfortunately this election there were a lot more people that voted for him and that stand behind that vote that didn't last time. And maybe it's because I've heard it's because his actions were normalized, and so like the people formed around him and like they're here for him now versus him being an entity or like a force that everyone's like, whoa, what's going on? Why did we do this? This is crazy. Now like his people have come out, his like racist, misogynist, homophobic people have all come around to gather around him in the name of white supremacy, in the name of like Christian nationalism, in the name of whatever they're claiming to be a fan of his policies for. A bargainer, which name one thing that's gone down in price. Can't wait. That did actually remind me. I'm going to look at later, not on the air, but I'm going to look at the livable wages thing that they put in here too, because I have a feeling it's going to be in favor of landlords, unfortunately. I'm not sure, but I don't remember what I was saying. We definitely emboldened after his first turn. Yeah. Did we forget that we used to storm Congress? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That sounds like such a Rick and Morty quote. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Porcho, what's up? No, it's because the Democratic Party never delivers on what they promise. The Democratic Party is weak AF. Like, they're weak. They're weak, and all of their shining stars aren't even Democrats, bro. They're cosplaying as Democrats to take part in the two-party system that we're forced into and now all of a sudden pulled out of. Like, that we've been forced to live in, this two-party system, even though other parties exist, but like we talked about around the election, like a lot of people didn't even know about third-party votes. Like, a lot of people don't have... 19 states don't even have access to third-party write-ins, third-party voters, third-party candidates, or write-ins on their ballots. So lots of people don't even know. Lots of people didn't even realize Biden wasn't going to be on the ballot last year. It's crazy. And yeah, again, it's because the Democratic Party is actually so trash. Like, they are trash. And the Republican Party is trash. I got a dip, but before I leave, you dropped this. Hey! Thanks for stopping in, Pete. Yeah, we're about to log off here, too, so I'm glad you got to stick around. Hope you come back for more tomorrow. Tomorrow. We'll play Snap tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow's the day before the tournament, too, which is also crazy. I'm doing a Marvel Snap tournament on Saturday, by the way. I'm not sure if they're doing it live. I assume... So, now that I think of it, based on how we talked about it. Anyways, I miss you too. All politicians are in office to fill their pockets. And even if they start out by like really wanting to help the people, I can't be sure that that's how they want to continue their political career after like a few years in office of whatever office they're in. Because it seems like a pattern that's all too similar every time. It really does. And as unfortunate as it is that we're in the situation we're in, like Ryder said earlier, we're lucky to have each other and a space where we can talk about this freely at this moment in time. I'm sorry today was really heavy. I really am. At the same time, I think it was necessary, like we talked about, because this stuff is important and it's gonna affect a lot of people. And there's more stuff that's gonna affect people that we didn't even get to. Talking about all of the like DACA Dreamer stuff, talking about all that deportation nonsense that's apparently going to take place and is starting. It's all really scary, and I am truly very sorry if you're having to deal with the repercussions of this, all of these executive orders. I'm hopeful that we can make it through these next 4 years. And if he doesn't want to get out of office, we'll just have to take him out of office, you know? We'll just have to get him out ourselves. Heavy but important indeed. I do appreciate how candidates allowed people to be and how people express themselves now, with a little bit less fear, because I think that we can all see where this is headed and we're all in agreement that it's not looking too great. But luckily we have lots of people that care and lots of love to spread and share. Just be nice to the people around you, love the people around you, be appreciative for what we have right now. I'll be here tomorrow so we can all reconvene and have a blast. Tomorrow's Friday, 9:30. I'll be on around 2 or 3 tomorrow. I love you all so much. To the new people, if you want to jump in the Discord, go for it. I'm gonna drop us off. Let's see who's streaming. Oh, Pawnee's going. Loopy. Super Tech God. Oh, he's about to play Rivals. Okay. I'll drop us in on there. But really, I'm so happy and so grateful for all that we have built here. And I'm happy that we can just have these fun little chats that are not fun at all and really talk about them without fear of, freaking out on each other, getting mad. She's like, bye, I gotta go. I love you too, baby girl. Good night, good night. But yeah, so we're not gonna be rivaling. Not today. Oh my god, I almost choked. Not today, honey. Probably, actually, I know we said Snap tomorrow, but we might actually play Marvel Rivals tomorrow, because I've been playing Snap a lot since I have to get ready for this tourney. But with that being said, I will see you all tomorrow at 2 o'clock, or 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I almost said Pacific Eastern Time, which makes no sense. And I hope you guys all have fun with Super Tech God. Have fun playing Marvel Rivals. Or whatever he's going to do. It looks like he's doing that. I love you all. I don't want to leave you. It's going to make me leave you. Okay. Did I cover everything? Take care of yourselves. Take a moment to really give you some me time, whatever that means to you, dude. I do light therapy. I drink coffee. I write in journals. I make bracelets. Whatever you gotta do, boo-boo. Get your mind off this bullshit, okay? Take care of yourself. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, lovelies.